Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. Can you guys see and hear me okay?
I can.
See. Awesome, awesome. So as we are waiting for more people to come into the room, Zoom has me like adding people in manually. I don't know if you can add the people up. I'm gonna make you co-host so you can add people in. Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. Can you guys see and hear me okay? Okay, I'm gonna add you as co-host so that you can add the people in here. Can you hear me, Daniela?
I can hear you.
Hello, I'm sorry. This is, uh, can you hear me okay?
Okay, so you can add the people in, and we're going to get started. As we are adding more people into the room, I'm going to share our video, and we're going to get started. Let me see. Is my friend in? Hey, Diddy. Our friend Diddy is in the
Hi,
room.
Diddy.
Hey, Ebony. Hey, Jaleesa. Hey, Melissa. Guys, change your, if you have iPhone guest name, just go ahead and pop your name um into your Zoom name so we can account for who you are. Go ahead and pop your name into the Zoom name so we can account for who you are. And then also, y'all turn y'all videos on. Hey, Mahisha, thanks for turning y'all video on. Come on, this is a meeting, y'all. We are all ready. We are locked in. So let's show up and let's turn our video on if you can. As we wait for more people to get into the room, I'm just going to share a quick video to get you guys excited about what we have for you guys today. And we're going to get started in like literally 2 seconds. Can y'all hear?
Yeah. No sound.
My name is Benisa Saw. I am from West Africa, born in West Africa, raised in the US. I started my journey, what was it, 7 years ago with Janice?
Y'all can hear us?
This is a long time. And she was so patient with me and just walked me through everything that I needed to do to get my dream beauty supply store open slash salon. When we started this journey, I started it on a whole, I think we both did, started in a whole different space. And where we are both are now, I can say that it just shows how resilient us Black women are. We make it work. We get it done. Raising single mothers, newly single mothers, raising our babies, but still following our dreams. That is something that I'm so proud of. I can't say it enough that just because you are a mother or a single mother, that doesn't mean that you can pursue and accomplish your goals. You absolutely can. It will be easy. It will not be easy. You are going to need a lot of help. You're going to cry. You're going to need God for sure. You're going to need some miracles, but it is absolutely possible. You can get it done.
This is Pamela, and I am the owner of My Shade and Texture. We are a Naturalisa beauty bar located here in Tampa, Florida. I met Janice and started her boot camp. I was searching and researching endless articles, watching several videos, and there was no foundation. And that was what Janice offered to me, was giving me the foundational and introductory tools that I needed to prosper. So with her guidance over these past 8 months, I originally wanted to start in 2020, but Janice provided all the tools that I needed to get started right away. So I'm very appreciative of all the hard work and dedication and her holding me accountable to my goals. So I wouldn't be here today without the help from Janice. So thank you, Janice.
All right, so I'm so excited, guys, for today. It is going to be an amazing day. So I hope everybody is in a space where you can completely lock in and really take notes and really be present, because I want to make sure that you guys get the most out of these sessions, and that, whatever questions that you had prior to coming into Beauty Supply, that those questions will be answered. And the goal is for you to have a certain level of confidence so that you can move forward in your journey. So real quick, I just want to see who is in the room. Go ahead and drop in the chat. Go ahead and drop in the chat where you guys are logging in from, your city and state. Go ahead and drop in the chat where you guys are logging in from, your city and state. I am logging in from Queens, New York. So go ahead and share with us in the chat where you guys are logging in from. And if your name says iPhone, go ahead and change it to your actual real name so we can account for who's in the room. Go ahead and change it to your real name so that we can account for who's in the room. And also, if you are able to throw your video on, I see like 2 people with their video on. Y'all killing me today. Most of y'all are not new to me. You know that we love to have our videos on. Okay, so we're going to get started. I'm going to bring up my client concierge so she can open us in a quick word of prayer, because we are a faith-based business and we are going to get started. So I'm going to bring Daniela up so that we can come to God.
Yes, yes, yes. Can you hear me, Janice?
I can hear you. Can you hear her? Is it
Okay, they can hear me. Everybody can hear me.
Drop 1 in the chat if you guys can hear her.
Are we good?
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to gather, learn, and grow together. We invite your presence into this webinar and ask for your wisdom, guidance, and favor over every person attending. Lord, bless every entrepreneur, aspiring beauty supply owner, and business leader represented here today. Open our minds to receive knowledge, strategies, and insight that will help them build a successful business. Give them confidence to pursue their vision, God, courage to overcome obstacles, and perseverance to keep moving forward. Father God, let this webinar be more than just information. Let these individuals be transformed. Connect these attendees with the right opportunities, resources, and partnerships and mentors. May every lesson be shared to produce fruit in this season. Let it impact their families. Let it impact their communities and future generations. We pray for clarity, excellence, and smooth operation throughout this webinar. Remove all distractions, Lord. Technical difficulties, anything that may hinder our learning. Jeremiah 29:11 says, though we trust the scripture itself rather than reference display, we stand on the promise that you have plans to prosper us and give us hope for the future. We thank you in advance, God, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Ain't she powerful? Drop some fire in the chat for our client concierge, y'all. She is absolutely amazing. Drop some fire in the chat for her. Drop a amen in the chat for her. Drop a thank you. Drop us something, okay? Because she is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Daniela. So I am going to share my screen. We are going to jump right into it because I have so much to share with you guys today. So we are going to jump into our slides for our first session. So I'm going to be sharing with you guys a lot of content today. Like I said, guys, we have pretty much jam-packed a lot of my trainings into this one day. So it's going to be a lot of information. So I definitely want you guys to take some notes, take a lot of notes as I'm going through everything. Also, you have the ability to type in the chat any aha moments, any questions, things of that nature. You can go ahead and drop it in the chat. We are in the VIP room. And then we're also on YouTube to literally open this up to everyone. So go ahead and drop your aha moments, drop your nuggets in the chat, anything like that. Feel free to drop it in the chat. So let's get started, y'all. Let's get started. So welcome, guys. I just want to introduce myself for anyone who is new to me. My name is Janice, the Retail Genius. I am a pioneer in this industry. I started back in 2010, so I've been in this industry for over 15 years. I have been written about from Black Enterprise Magazine as a pioneer in this industry when I opened my store, Fabulous Freddy's. And then we went on to have multiple locations. And then we founded the Retail Genius Agency, which is our consulting firm that helps Black men and women open beauty supply stores. So we started that in 2017, been working on that for over 8 years now. And to this day, we have helped our clients generate over 3 million in sales in beauty supply in over 48 states. I have a business background, so I went to Tobin School of Business. I was a corporate girly. I worked for top investment firms, Goldman Sachs. I also worked for the U.S. Treasury Department. And so, y'all, many of you are coming from the corporate world, a corporate 9-to-5 job. I'm going to share more of my story later, but you know, if you're in here in this room and you are also coming from the corporate world or you're coming from the service-based world, like this is your next step. You know, opening a beauty supply store is your exit plan. And this is why this conversation matters, okay? Because we have consumer spending of over $9.2 billion, okay? That is 80% of the general market, okay? We have literally 3 million in revenue generated just by our stores alone, with clients represented in over 48 states. Okay. And just to share and be transparent about my journey, because literally my journey and a lot of the clients that I'm going to talk about today, we were literally sitting in your seat. You know, there's 4 things that pretty much took place that went from me working in the corporate space to owning a beauty supply store that generated 6 figures in my first year of business. The first thing that happened was I felt that there was a gap. Like many of you, you feel like there's a gap in this industry. So one day I was in a beauty supply store and I completely felt invisible, right? I felt like there was no service. I felt like because the owners didn't look like me, I was followed around, you know, and there was a lot of frustration and feeling like I was constantly spending my money in a space that the owners didn't really appreciate who I was as an individual. I was just simply a transaction. And if you guys have been tuned into the news, you know that there was a young boy who was murdered in one of these Asian-owned establishments. And now we definitely feel the gap more than ever, okay? And so let me know, just drop a 1 in the chat if you have ever felt this gap. You have ever been shopping in a space where you did not feel appreciated. You did not feel seen, right? You didn't feel valued. You just felt like a transaction. Okay, drop a 1 in the chat if that was you. The second step was I got inside the business. So after being in the beauty supply store, seeing how much money was taking place, I decided to open my own store. But that started with me interning for another store for 2 months. So I literally Googled Black-owned beauty supply stores near me. There was no Black-owned beauty supply stores. I had to travel just to figure out who I could work for because there was no programs, there was no mentors, there was nothing online that I could follow. right? And so I met a man, I interned in his store. I basically took my business background and created systems for him, created tracking for him. And in exchange, he taught me everything that I needed to learn about beauty supply. He taught me how to do inventory. He taught me how the money was made, right? And so I got inside of a beauty supply store and I did the learning, okay? And then I opened my store and that was in 60 days. So it took me 60 days with a very small budget, with a very small space, but a big vision to open my store, Fabulous Freddy's. And I literally made 6 figures in my first year of business. This was more than I was making at Goldman Sachs. This was more than I was making for the US Treasury Department. And I did all of this without a large investment. I did all of this without perfect credit. And I also did this without anyone's permission. Okay. All I used was action, discipline, and faith. And now fast forward, we have helped other amazing women and men open beauty supply stores in over 48 states, generating 3 million in revenue. So this first picture right here, this is the beauty know-how. We helped Keisha open her store. She got 150,000 in funding, and she has a store in Houston, Texas. This is New York Beauty Supply. The two gentlemen on the end opened the first Black-owned beauty supply store in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. They're actually on their second location as we speak. My Shade and Texture, she's out in Tampa, Florida. And then we have Curly Girl Love. But we have so many clients, guys. I can't list them all, but I do share a lot of their stories because I want you to understand that we are just like you. We are just like you. And the dream is possible and it can get done. And so at the end of the day, you can decide how you continue working with us. So we have 3 different levels. We have our brand new Inner Circle Mastermind. This is our month-to-month membership. And then we have our store launch programs where literally you hire myself and a team and we actually get your store open. And so today, you learn, and at the end, you choose because your store is waiting on the other side. And 6 figures, like I said, 6 figures is what I generated in my store, Fabulous Freddy's, first year in business, without a massive investment, without a perfect credit score. It was just me taking action, right? The key word here is action. And so when you take action and you constantly move towards your goal, right? Things happen fast. I did it in 60 days. I had no idea what I was doing. I'd never even seen a Black-owned beauty supply store, and I did it in 60 days. And so this is exactly what I'm going to be teaching you guys today. And so this is what our breakdown is going to be. So our first session is going to be the industry overview, building the foundation, understanding retail concepts. Our second session is going to be on how to understand what beauty supply business model you should adapt for your business and how to strategically win and build a profitable 6-figure beauty supply store. Our third session is all about creating your unique identity and your beauty supply brand. Okay, branding is one of the most important elements of your foundation that you can create as a 6-figure or 7-figure beauty supply store. Okay. Our fourth session is going to be about all things legal. So making sure that you set up your business right, that you have the correct licenses, permits, insurance, all of that stuff in place so that you can circumvent some of the things that I had to go through when I was in my first year of business because I didn't know the proper legal structures. Okay, so I'm going to teach you all of that in session 4. And then finally, we are going to wrap up with your funding plan for your beauty supply store, the importance of business planning and building out your financial projections. Okay. And then we have our VIP session tonight. So if you are a VIP, you are going to be we're going to be doing a Q&A session tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So after our sessions today are over, we're going to come back at 7 p.m. and I'm going to be able to coach you guys directly. So all your questions, like I said, all your questions that you guys have today, I want to make sure that you write all these questions down because if you're a VIP person, you're going to be in the VIP room at the end so I can answer your questions. All right, so let's get into it. So our session 1 is all about creating your beauty supplies foundation. Okay, so the first thing I always tell people is that you have to ignite your inner retail genius. Okay, you have to understand, number one, that you are a retailer above all. Okay, we don't like to say that we're a beauty supply store owner. We like to say we're a retailer because it gives you a different mindset. Because you're not just selling products, right? You're building a community. You are creating wealth. Okay, and you are the first person that is going to change your family's story, right? When you build a beauty supply store, you are creating a wealth asset. And I always say this, that beauty supply is one of the most underrated wealth assets in the Black community. Okay, so this whole process is way bigger than just opening a store. Okay, this is where your legacy begins. And so what does this actually even mean? What does it actually mean to be a retailer? Okay, so in short, right, the easiest way that I could put this to you guys is a retailer is someone who buys goods from either a manufacturer or a wholesaler and then sells them directly to the consumer for a profit, right? So you are, number one, you are a curator. Okay, you are the person that is going to intentionally select the products for your beauty supply store. So your shelves actually tells your community a story. Okay. When I opened my store, I wanted to be a store that is for the naturalista. That is the story that I wanted to share with my community. Because in 2010, when we first got started, and I'm going to share my story later as well, but in 2010, when we first got started, this was the era of the big chop, right? This was a time where historically we were using relaxers and perms, and then the 2000s came, and then all Black women was doing the big chop, and we were chopping our hair, but then we didn't know like how to properly care for our hair. And so we had to figure out, well, what products do we use? Because we can't use what we were using before. And so that was a void in the community that we filled as a beauty supply store. So we carried a lot of natural, emerging organic products like Carol's Daughter, like Jane Carter, all of the pioneers, right? I carried those brands, and I studied and worked very hard to try to figure out what are the emerging brands that I can carry in my store. Okay, so this is a big part of what you do as a store owner is you are a curator, and your shelves tell a story. Okay, the second piece is that you are a connector. All right, you are someone who's going to have a special connection with your community. You should know all your customers by name. You should remember everything that they need before they ask it. Okay. You also have to be someone who's going to be very resilient. Okay. There's a lot of obstacles and challenges in this industry, but there's a difference between owners who see these obstacles as a lesson or owners who see it as a defeat. Okay. Case in point was COVID, right? All stores had to shut down, not just beauty supply stores, but all businesses had to shut down. And there were certain people who failed and the stores crumbled, and there's certain people who were resilient and they were able to adapt and they were able to grow into multiple locations. So a lot of my clients, we were in there and we were being resilient and we were adapting to the changes. And a lot of them went on to actually open several locations where a lot of the other businesses had to shut down. Okay. So there's a difference in the mindset. And that's why I love to start with foundation, because mindset is so important when it comes to getting started in this industry. I cannot explain this enough. Okay. And then lastly, you want to be legacy minded. Okay. Because we are building this asset for our children's children, right? Not just for ourselves, not just for this year, right? A lot of us have children, and this is the reason why we're doing it. Okay. And so let's look at what the numbers in the market actually looks like. So right now, the global beauty market is a $698 billion market, okay? Our average stores, right? These are average numbers, generate about 250,000 per year. This is annual sales. This is annual revenue, okay? But the US beauty supply store revenue is 25 billion with a B. 25 billion. And so when we look at the number 25 billion, who wants a piece of that 25 billion? It can't just all go to our Asian owned and Arab owned counterparts. Like these numbers are massive. And there's a reason why you will see multiple beauty supply stores in one small Black community. It's because it makes a lot of money. And a lot of times these numbers aren't on the internet. Okay. This is why these Zoom rooms and these Zoom trainings are so important, because it literally opens your mind to what is possible. But here's the thing. Before you get started, you have to be able to speak the language. Okay, you have to be able to speak the retail language. I'm not saying you need to learn Mandarin or Korean, but you have to understand and master retail. Again, we have to put on our retailer's hat and we have to ignite our inner retail genius. Okay, so I want to go through real quick some basic concepts that you ought to know if you are going to be in this industry and you want to be taken seriously. Okay. So retail term number one is manufacturer. What does that mean? Okay. The manufacturer is the company that is making the product. This is the origin of everything that you will have on your shelves. Okay. So example of this back in my day when I was getting started, right? I worked directly with Mielle Organics. Okay. I worked directly with Cantu. Okay. These are the people that you can potentially work directly with to get their products onto your shelves. And in the very beginning, when I was working as a store owner, so I was an owner operator, right? So I worked in my store and I was also the owner and I was also the buyer. I was all the things, right? You want to be able to work with some of your products and the manufacturers directly so that you can have the highest margins for your store, right? That's just a gem, right? But right now, there's so many distributors, which is the next term. There's so many distributors that you can actually partner with a distributor, which is a middleman between the manufacturer and the store owner. So distributors, they buy in bulk directly from the manufacturer and sell to stores, right? What I love about working with distributors is I don't have to pay a whole bunch of shipping to all of these different manufacturers, right? And so this is really important to understand because these wholesalers, distributors, right? We use these terms interchangeably. They are able to give us really, really large orders of all of the brands that we need in our stores at one time, at one price, right? And so you have to, and again, I'm going to talk about margins a lot, guys. So just understand that margins is the difference between what you pay and what you're going to sell your product for, right? So that is your profit. That is your margins. Okay. This is very important to understand. Okay. We have to protect our margins at all costs because you have a lot of overhead. And so it's really important that when you are looking at manufacturers and you're looking at distributors, you want to look at what that bottom line margin is going to be. And then you're going to make your buying decision based on that. Okay. This is going to go into our cost of goods sold. We call this COGS in the industry. COGS, cost of goods sold. This is what you pay for your inventory, including shipping. So the formula for your profit is going to be your revenue, which is your sales, minus your cost of goods sold. That is going to be your end of the day profit. Okay. So the key here is to keep your cost of goods sold low so that you can protect your margins. And this is how our stores stay profitable. This is how our stores stay open. Okay. The next term is going to be your product mix. Now, your product mix is very important because this is going to be all of the different categories that you are going to carry in your store. So this is a combination of all of the different product categories that are going to make you money. Okay, this is your competitive advantage. This was my competitive advantage. So like I said, I focused on Black-owned, women-owned products for naturalistas. That was my product mix. Okay. So the most common mistake I see store owners make is choosing products based on what they like, not on the customer needs. Okay. And so what you want to do here in the strategy is that you want to build your product mix around your community and what they are asking you for. Okay. Not your personal preferences, not the preferences of the females in your family. You need to be able to do the research and do the surveys in your community so that you can understand what people are looking for. Okay. That is your product mix. Now, this is very important, guys, because inventory is the largest asset on your balance sheet. So if you get this product mix wrong, because you're like copy and pasting what other stores are doing on the internet, and you're just going to sell what you think is popular, you are going to waste a lot of money and spend a lot of money in the wrong places. This is exactly what I did, y'all. I spent about $20,000 on the wrong products with the wrong vendors. Well, primarily with the wrong vendors. Okay. I spent $20,000 with the wrong vendors because I didn't know who was who. So you have to make sure that you do the proper work or get into a program that's going to teach you how to do this. Okay. And then retail term number 5, our margins. We spoke about this. This is the difference between what you're paying for the products and what you're going to charge, right? So example, if you buy a wig for $25 and you sell it for $85, your gross margin is $60. So understanding this key concept, you will have a profitable beauty supply store, okay? You need to be a master of understanding products on every single product and product category that you sell in your store. Okay. And your POS system is going to be able to break this down for you when you have your store open. Okay. Next retail term is foot traffic. Okay. Foot traffic is very important for you to understand. This is the number of people that actually walk into your store on a daily basis. Okay. I can't tell you how many times I speak to store owners and I say, what's your foot traffic? And they have no idea because they're not tracking it. It is important that as a retailer, you are tracking your foot traffic. This is the first number that's going to drive conversions for your beauty supply store. We're going to talk about this a little bit later, right? But the more traffic you have, the more opportunities you have to sell to people. So it's important to understand what this number is. It's important for you to be tracking this. And again, most store owners are not tracking their foot traffic. So I want y'all to write that down in your notebook. I need to make sure that I have systems in place to track foot traffic. Okay. Now let's stop here and let's have a real conversation. Because before we go any further, right, I want you to be honest with yourself, because not every business is for everyone, right? At the end of this, we're going to have a call for you guys to move forward our team to actually build the store. It's not going to be for everybody. But I want you to ask yourself some questions, right? Are you feeling ready? Are you feeling like you have that resilience that I mentioned, right? These are a lot of questions that you have to ask yourself to be able to say if this is even the industry for you, okay? Are you passionate about empowering others through beauty? Give me a yes in the chat or a 1 in the chat. If so, okay, let's talk. Y'all too quiet. Do you think that you're able to quickly adapt to changes in customer preferences and trends? Right? One day we want lace fronts. The next day we want the quick weave. We want wigs one day. Like, are you able to quickly adapt to trends? Trends is a big thing in beauty supply. Okay. Being able to stay on top of trends. That is your job as an owner, right? Being able to get that feedback. That's a big part. Are you resilient, right? We spoke about COVID and how people had to shut their stores down and we had to switch over to delivery, right? Overnight. I remember we were in tears because we're like, what are we going to do? But we got together as a community and I was on lives every single day, teaching y'all how to do delivery, teaching y'all how to put this technology into your business, right? So are you resilient? Let me see some ones in the chat. Okay. Do you love building relationships with people? Beauty supply right now is all about good customer service because we haven't had any for 4 decades. We had to deal with the Asians. We had to deal with the Arabs, right? This is going to be our competitive advantage, is to be able to actually build relationships with people, right? Being community driven. This is exactly how I was able to win with my small 800-foot store against mega beauty supply stores that were 10,000 square feet of space. They couldn't compete because I was building genuine relationships with people. This is how the store survived during COVID, because we had relationships with people. We had their numbers, we had their emails, because we had built a relationship. So our clients were able to call people and email people and let them know we had curbside and we had delivery options. The agents weren't able to do that. They weren't able to call nobody. They weren't able to email nobody because they didn't have these systems set up. Systems are so important. Okay. Are you committed to continuously learning and growing and investing in yourself? Right? Because the learning doesn't stop and you have to constantly invest in yourself. Okay. That is a big mindset block for a lot of us, especially in the Black community, because we know how to invest in degrees, but we don't know how to invest in our business. Okay. Investing in yourself, investing in programs, that is your fastest track to getting to beauty supply success. Right? And making sure that you're ready to create something that's going to outlast you, something that you're going to be able to pass down to your children, right? If you said yes, then you belong in this room. If this resonates with you, then you belong in this room. So now as we move forward, guys, I want us to actually go back to the beginning, okay? We want to go down our historic road, because Black women didn't just participate in the beauty industry. We actually created it, right? There is proof of concept that goes over 100 years ago. And it starts with someone that you should know, Madam C.J. Walker. She is our beauty pioneer, and she got her start back in the 1920s. She was the first self-made female millionaire in the 1920s, okay? She started literally from nothing, right? With her hair formula, selling door to door, right? Born 2 years after slavery, okay? Was able to train up and employ Black women, create a factory, create a school, and became a millionaire in the 1920s, okay? This is the blueprint that we have as Black women, okay? She literally built an empire and didn't just start and stop with her products, right? She had agents, she had marketing, she had property, and then she was able to leave a legacy for her family. Okay. A legacy that we still see to this day. And I love this quote where she says, "I'm not merely satisfied with just making money for myself. I want to employ hundreds of women of our race." And this is our mission here at Monarch Beauty Ventures, right? We still find it necessary for Black women to own this industry. Okay. And now we're fast forward to 2026, and less than 10% of the beauty supply stores are owned by Black women. Okay. So let's just think about this. The blueprint was already written back in 1920, right? At a time where women couldn't even get a bank account without a man's permission, right? We couldn't even have bank accounts in our names in the 1920s, but yet we had millionaires, female Black millionaires in the space of beauty. So it's not surprising, y'all, that the first millionaire did it in beauty products, manufacturing, and distribution. And now in 2026, we have way more access, we have way more tools, and we have way more knowledge, and we are educated, right? So what is actually holding us back from making this happen? Right? This is what we are here to do. It is time for our wake-up call. It is time for our wake-up call. So I want to share with y'all 3 hard truths, right? And this is not to scare anybody, right? This is to wake people up, okay? The first hard truth is that Black women spend the most and own the least in this industry, okay? Over 90% of the consumers in this industry are Black women, and less than 5% are Black-owned beauty supply stores, okay? How did we get here? How did we get here? It is very important for us to understand history, right? In the 1960s, Korean immigrants entered the US through wig manufacturing and direct access to the global supply chain, okay? They had community-funded networks that literally allowed them to get funding to build these stores in Black communities, okay? Once they were able to have this capital and build these stores, then they had a hold on all of the wholesale and they started controlling distribution. And Black-owned stores were denied accounts, okay? That is how 70% of our beauty supply stores are Korean-owned, okay? While our consumer base is primarily Black-owned. And that number is large, 70%. And now we see the Arabs that are actually coming in. And this is what these numbers look like. Less than 1,000 stores are actually Black-owned today. Let's go to hard truth number 2. Not only do we have to deal with Asians and Arabs, but we also now have to deal with big box retailers, okay? So we're talking about Walmart. We're talking about Target, CVS, Ulta, right? Sally's. Sally's is hilarious. Because before, Sally's never carried any Black products. Before, Ulta never carried any Black products. But now they have expanded their ethnic care sections, okay? But here's the advantage that we have. Big box retailers will never have community connection. They will never have product knowledge, and they will never have personalized service, okay? I am proof of that. And again, my store was very small. But because we had the connection, because we had the education, right, with product knowledge, and we personalized all of our customers' experience, they had something that we had something that they don't have, okay? And so it wasn't self-checkout and self-this. People came in and they came to our stores because they wanted to understand how to care for their hair. The conversation was a big part of it. And big box retailers, they're not able to have that level of conversation. And the Asians can't have that level of conversation either. So this is literally our window, okay? Because right now, what we see is that a lot of our Korean American store owners are aging out, and their children actually, they don't want the business, right? They don't want this business to be passed down to them. They're doing their own thing, okay? So thousands of stores will change hands this year. And this is our window of opportunity. And let's get into this last hard truth, the truth that I had to face, okay? That your job is not as safe as you think, okay? And let's look at the numbers, right? Let's look at these numbers real quick. 54% of jobs were lost in 2025, okay? When Black women's unemployment rate was 6.7, it was actually the highest. And this is exactly what happened to me. This was me at Goldman Sachs, right? I was a corporate girl. Like I said, I went to business school. I checked all the boxes. I got my business degree, went on to work for Goldman Sachs, Smith Barney, U.S. Treasury Department. But I dreaded working, especially for the U.S. Treasury Department, okay, as a bank examiner. And some of you can relate to this, right? You go in early, you stay very late, right? You have all of these meetings. You are dreading Monday morning. You're counting down to Friday. Let me tell you guys something. That is not a career. That is survival. And this is exactly what happened to me, right? I was having daily anxiety attacks when I was working as a bank examiner for the U.S. Treasury Department, to the point where my doctor prescribed me Xanax, right? And at that point, I was like, this is too far. This is too far. Because if I have that much anxiety and stress from a job, this is not God's best for me. I was eventually fired from the U.S. Treasury Department, right? And I was forced to figure it out. And that's how I started my journey into beauty supply, okay? And like I said, y'all, 300,000 Black women lost their jobs. 300,000 is the highest number it's ever been, okay? And this is the average between Asian women and Hispanic women. Black women are all the way at the top at 6.7% unemployment rate, okay? So when the economy tightens, Black women, we are the first to go. Because here's the truth. This system was not built for us, okay? We have seen DEI rollbacks. We have seen that we have a large wage gap. We are earning 67 cents for every dollar paid to white men So we are literally working twice as hard for less than equal pay. Okay. And so what do we do with all this information? Here's my answer. You stop renting your time and you start building your own table and you create your exit strategy, right? And this is exactly what we're going to do, because your exit strategy is a store that could generate up to $250,000 its first year of business. Okay. And that's just an average. A lot of our stores make more than that, right? And so here's the thing. The larger the store, right, the more inventory you can carry, the more opportunity you have to make more money. And so why beauty supply is so important, I'm gonna give you 5 reasons, okay? Number 1, the beauty supply industry is a recession-proof industry, okay? Because we have seen in a lot of our economic downturns is that Black women continue to buy hair and beauty even when the economy dips. I saw this firsthand myself, and I've lived through 3 different recessions because I've been in this industry for a long time. The first one was when I opened my own store in 2010, and we had that mortgage crisis, right? That mortgage crisis was insane because we were driving around looking for gas. Y'all remember that? Let me know in the chats if you remember that. Driving around looking for gas. And this is when I decided to open my store. My parents were like, are you crazy? It is a terrible recession. Unemployment was way higher than what it is right now, right? Unemployment was way higher than what it is right now. And my parents were like, we can't even find gas. And you think someone's going to buy weave? I said, yes, I do. And I opened my store anyway. And what I saw was Black women were coming in with their unemployment money and they were buying weaves just like I thought they would. Because one thing that we're not going to do as Black women, we're not going to look like what we've been through. Okay. So women were coming in with their unemployment money and they was buying weave. Okay. Because we are not going to look like what we have been through. Number 2, it is a proven market. The customers already exist. They're already shopping somewhere. Okay. They're just now looking for a Black-owned beauty supply store that's going to be a safe space for them. Okay. Drop in the chat safe space. I want to make sure y'all paying attention. It is a proven market. Everybody's shopping somewhere for their stuff. Okay. Number 3 is the income potential. Okay. With the right model, you can make multiple 6 figures as the bare minimum, not an exception. You can make 7 figures in your beauty supply store. Okay. The income potential is wild in this industry. That's why the Asians and Arabs don't want us to get this information. They don't want us to have access to this information. Number 4 is the community impact. This is where our Black dollar starts to circulate fully in our community and not just leave our community after we get a paycheck, because every dollar stays in your store, stays in the community. So you not only become a business owner, you become a pillar for the circulation of the Black dollar and the strengthening of the Black dollar. The same way that the Jewish dollar circulates 21 times in the Jewish community, the Asian dollar circulates 14 times in the Asian community, the Arab dollar circulates 5 times in the Arab community. You know how long the Black dollar stays in the Black community right now? 1 hour. 1 hour. So with our Black-owned businesses, and this is businesses in general, our Black-owned nail shops, our Black-owned beauty supply stores, our Black-owned groceries, right? When we have Black-owned businesses, the dollar can now circulate from our consumer to our retailers to our employees. That's how the Black dollar circulates in the community. So you have direct community impact. And number 5, one of the most important reasons why I did it is for generational wealth. Like I said, the beauty supply industry is one of the most underrated wealth assets in the Black community because we don't know what's possible for us. But a well-ran beauty supply store could be passed down to your children. So it becomes a legacy asset. Okay. And this is exactly where we are headed. Okay, because the beauty supply is your exit ramp. When I was fired from my job, y'all, I was devastated. I was depressed. I had no idea what God had for me on the other side. And I just want to pause here for a second because you may be in that position right now. You may have just got laid off from your job or about to be laid off from your job. I want you to take courage that God has something for you on the other side. My mom was like, man, you have the best resume and you're so smart. You can go and get another degree. That's what we do. We go and we get another degree. Sometimes we go back, we go to another corporate field. I said, I'm not doing that, Mom. She said, you work for Goldman Sachs, you work for US, you have all these names on your resume. I said, I'm not doing it. I want to try working. I want to try betting on myself. I want to try and see if I can actually do this. Because I feel like if I could work so hard for these other companies and make these other companies millions, surely I could do this for myself. Surely I could work hard for myself. Black women, we work hard. Surely I could do this for myself. And y'all, at the end of today, throughout all of these sessions, right, I'm going to show you how we build this together. Okay? And so let's do a quick recap as we wrap up our first session. This is what we covered, right? We talked about our retailer's mindset. We talked about how we have to understand the retailer's language, right? We need to put on our retailer's hat. We went to our history and to our roots. And we talked about the Black pioneers that came before us. We should be so excited about that. Like every time I think about it, every time I feel defeated about something and something gets me down, I think about the pioneers who came before me. Like surely, if they was doing this 100 years ago, I could do this right now. Okay, y'all should be excited about that. We talked about the ownership gap. We talked about how 300,000 Black women lost their jobs and our jobs are not safe, right? Not to scare anybody, but this is a wake-up call, right? And we talked about the opportunity because I want y'all to end on what's possible, right? I want you to think of the return on investment. I want you to think about what it would feel like if you could make 100,000, 200,000 in your own business, in your own beauty supply store, right? I want you to keep your eye on the prize because it's possible. Okay, it's absolutely possible. So what I want us to do, I want you guys to write this down in your notebook. This is going to be what we're going to work on during our 5-minute break that I'm going to give y'all, right? If you have VIP, you have the ebooks and you have our entire vault, right? So you can go ahead and fill all this stuff out in your workbooks if you did the VIP option, okay? But in your notebook, I want you to talk about one of the 3 biggest takeaways from this session. I want you to identify which pain point resonated with you the most and why. And in one sentence, I want you to write down why you want to own a beauty supply store and what it would mean for you and your community and your family, right? If you were able to make this happen, right? And so I want us to take a little bathroom break after this next video, and we're going to come back here 12 p.m. on the dot Eastern time. So let's just watch this next video here, and we're going to go.
What's up? It's your girl Keisha here with Essentially Me Beauty Supply straight out of St. Louis, Missouri. I am dropping in to give you a little snippet of the boot camp that I just completed with Janice, the Retail Genius. I want to let you know that that boot camp was everything. It was off the charts. I learned so much information. The things that I was unsure about, Janice brought surety, confidence. She helped me to excel in my thinking process when it comes to opening a beauty supply. I must say that if you're looking for a way to open a beauty supply, and you're looking for an affordable way to do it and get information that you are uncertain of and get information that you may have thought you knew, but there's so much more that we don't know when opening a beauty supply, and it's nowhere to be found. You can't find it on Google. You can't find it on Instagram. You just can't find it. Janice, the Retail Genius, is your girl. If you're looking for someone that's honest, if you're looking for someone that's going to tell you the truth, if you're looking for someone that is true to it and not new to it, Janice is it. She's definitely true to it and not new to it. So I suggest that you take the time and invest in the class to learn how to scale your business, to learn how to brand your business, to learn how to be a six-figure beauty supply in your first year. If you want to open a beauty supply, Janice is your girl. Check her out. Janice, the retail genius.
Awesome. Okay, guys, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we're going to come back to the main room at 12 p.m. We're going to take a 5-minute break and come back to the main room at 12 p.m. See you guys soon. Danielle, did you want to do a breakout room or anything right now or no? Just let me know.
Anyone has any questions? I'll be in the breakout room.
Yeah, if you
Dr.
guys have
Meehan.
any questions, you can meet Danielle in a breakout room for a few minutes. I'll do breakout room with her now. All right, so we are back and we are about to get started with our second session. I hope I didn't have cut y'all off in conversation, but it only allowed me to do that. Okay, so we're going to jump right into our second session, and there's going to be another opportunity for you guys to have a conversation with Daniela, our client concierge, and definitely get your questions answered. But we want to keep this party moving because, like I said, we have a lot to cover today. So let's jump into our second session, which is building our beauty supply business models and understanding how to actually win in this industry. Okay. So, like I said, guys, keep the chats going because I'm going to ask y'all some questions in the chat. Make sure you guys are taking a lot of good notes. Because a lot of what I say is actually not even on the slides. So, so if you guys are joining this session for the first time, just to remind you guys who I am the Retail Genius. I'm Janice. I have founded my own beauty supply store in Queens, New York in 2010. And then we founded the Retail Genius, now newly named Monarch Beauty Ventures. Started that in 2017, help our clients generate $3 million in revenue across 48 states. I am a former St. John's Business School graduate, worked for top investment firm Goldman Sachs in the U.S. Treasury Department. Also part of a couple of nonprofit organizations, which I didn't mention before, but here in New York, we have what's called New York Cares, which is a nonprofit. And then we also donate 10% and way more than that to an organization, a Christian organization called World Vision, where we feed children all across the world, actually. So here at Monarch Beauty Ventures, we help pass you guys through 3 phases, which is funding your beauty supply store, building the brand, and then opening your store with confidence, right? So 3 different phases that we walk you guys through, and these are our options, right? So we have our membership, and then we have our done for you programs where you can actually have access to myself and the team who will actually do this work for you. Okay. So these are the conversations that you guys are able to have with our client concierge during our breakout sessions. Okay. So let's do a quick recap if you are joining us for our second session and you might have missed our first session. We talked about our retailer's mindset in our first session. So understanding that we have to be a retailer first, right? First and foremost, understanding that. And then we went through some retail concepts, COGS, product mix, margins, foot traffic, understanding the history of where our people come from, right? And some of our Black female pioneers that came before us. Understanding that there's a huge ownership gap between the people who actually spend the money and fund the beauty supply stores and the owners, right? And the owners are not us, unfortunately. And then seeing that there's a huge opportunity, right? And so also, guys, if you have VIP or gold access, you're going to get the replay. So you're going to be able to watch this. If you don't have VIP or anything like that, you can let our client concierge know and we can upgrade you so that you can have access to the replays and you can watch these trainings, okay? So in this session, what we're going to cover today is primarily 2 winning strategies in beauty supply, our 2 different business models, plus a hybrid model I'm going to teach you guys as well. I'm also going to teach you one of the most powerful models that has the highest community impact. And then lastly, you are going to choose, right? You are going to choose at the end of the day the business model that makes sense for you. Okay, so let's jump into it. So number 1, the business model that you choose for your beauty supply store is your own unique strategy. Okay, this is going to determine what you sell. This is going to determine who you're going to serve, how much you're going to charge, and how much profit you're going to keep, right? So when you get the strategy right, everything else falls into place. So there are 2 primary ways that people win in beauty supply. And this is really the two foundations, right? The first is your product mix, which is your competitive advantage, right? I talked about this in our first session, right? You want to carry what your community needs. This is the backbone of your business. And then there are niche markets. This is where you serve a specific set of people with a specific problem, right? So I always say to stop trying to serve everyone and being everything to everyone, because it's very, very expensive, right? You can find a specific set of people, serve them exceptionally well, and still make a lot of money, right? So niche does not have to automatically mean small, okay? Niche can be very, very powerful if you do it the right way. Because here's what we've seen. 35%, right, is growth in the natural and ingredient-based beauty supply brands, right? And those industries and those markets. So niche is one of the fastest growing segment in the beauty supply market, okay? And so we have 3 different models that you can potentially find yourself in. The first is the high margin, low volume business model, right? These are niche specialty stores. The second is our high volume, low margin stores. So these are what we have historically seen with our Asian stores. These are big stores with a lot of customers, lower prices, and they primarily win on quantity. And then we have our hybrid model, which is the best of both worlds, having premium products and also accessible products. This is our one-stop shopping model. So now let's talk about the first one. Let's talk about model number 1, which is our high margin, low volume stores. Now, in this business model, you are going to have fewer customers, but bigger profits per sale. Okay, bigger profits per sale. So the primary focus here in this business model is making sure that you focus on premium, exclusive niche products. Okay, because here you are going to be charging higher prices, which means you own more margin on every single sale. So 3 things that you're going to look at. Number 1, who shops here? Now, these are going to be women who are looking for a high-end experience, right? They're looking for customer, they're looking for luxury, specialty, hard to find products. This is exactly what I did with my store, right? And these women are willing to pay more for quality. They're willing to pay more for an experience, okay? This is also going to determine what you're going to carry, right? So maybe you're a store that only carries virgin hair, which means you don't carry pack hair, you don't carry synthetic, right? Maybe you're a store that only carries natural and organic products, right? Melanin skincare focus, eco-friendly lines, right? Carrying white label brands. Because here's the thing, a lot of the big box retailers, they don't sell these types of products, okay? And lastly, how you win is through your brand identity, right? People always want to shop at the Sephora, right? People want to shop at the Sephora. Also, your expert knowledge. People want to shop with people that they can actually have an educated conversation with. So at the end of the day, you want to essentially become the go-to destination for your beauty supply business, not just another store. And here is why this model works very, very well. Because number 1, you are going to have a higher profit margin per sale. So you're making way more money on every single transaction. So you don't need to have a packed beauty supply store with hundreds of customers per day, right? If you have a customer that buys one $400 wig versus 10 customers that buy a $40 wig, right? You're making the same type of money, and sometimes you can even make more. So the thing that you have to think about here is you're not going to be busy, all day, every day with a lot of customers. So you're gonna have to be okay with that, okay? one customer or two customers per hour will do just fine if they're spending a couple of $100 on each transaction. Okay? You need to focus on having the right customers come in your store, because you're not going to be a store that's going to be for everyone, right? So you have to be confident in that, right? That goes into your brand power. Premium positioning builds a brand identity that's going to be memorable. Like I said, people remember Sephora, and it's also very hard to replicate. And also, your customers become your advocate when you have a premium store. Like, they tell everybody that they shop at this like high-end beauty supply store. That's the branding part of it. Also, when you have higher margins, that means you have more cash on hand to pour back into the business. So you're talking about pouring back into marketing, right? Into staffing, into training, into expanding your inventory, right? Into enhancing your in-store experience, right? And lastly, when you build a niche exceptionally well, your customers are not going to compare your prices to other stores. They're not going to comparison shop. They're just going to come back to you every single time. That builds customer loyalty. But here are some things that you have to understand before you choose this model, because it involves preparation, right? It's not easy, because you, number one, have to market like nobody's business. Marketing is going to be everything with this business model. So you must communicate very, very well that you're not the average beauty supply store. That has to be in your brand messaging, right? Because your customers are not going to understand why your wigs are $400 if you don't clearly put that out in your messaging. They're not going to understand why they are paying premium pricing, okay? And they won't if they don't understand it, okay? So marketing is going to be very, very important. Secondly, you're going to have to understand this niche on a deeper level, okay? So when I was focused on having natural hair care products in my store as my primary product mix, I did a ton of research, and I was my own customer too. Like, I also did a big chop. So I also understood more than anybody else the products that we needed, how to care for the hair, right? And so this is exactly what you need to do in your niche as well. You want to be able to understand your customer's problem better than anybody else in the industry, because you want to be the go-to person. That is a non-negotiable. It's for you to understand this industry. Okay. Third thing, your experience in your beauty supply store must match the price. Okay. If people come in and they're not greeted, and you guys don't have your uniform on and makeup on and all the things, right? People are going to walk right out, because they're not going to understand, why am I paying premium pricing and the store looks like every other store? Like, every single touch point, guys, from the curbside appeal, like what they are seeing when they pull up, right, is an experience. Are they seeing trash outside your store? Are they seeing flowers and a sign and smiling faces, right? The experience, I want you to think about this way, right? The experience in your store is also a product, right? And I want y'all to drop that in the chat, as a matter of fact. The experience, I want you to drop this in the chat. The experience in my store is also a product, right? They are buying into the experience. This is why someone's going to travel past 4 Asian-owned stores to get to your store, because they know they're going to have a better experience. Drop that in the chat. That's a whole bar. Okay? And the last thing is, you are going to serve a smaller customer base, right? So you, like I mentioned before, with the high margin business volume play, right? You're serving fewer people. So you must serve them at a higher level. You must serve them better, okay? Because your volume is going to be low, right? So your margins must be high so that you can hit your revenue goals. Okay? Everyone get that? So these are some examples, like I mentioned, right? Niche specialty stores, natural organic wellness stores. Like I said, this is the fastest growing beauty segment right now. is the natural hair care market. It is projected to reach 19.3 billion by the year 2033. Okay. We also have virgin hair stores. This was really popular when I got started as well. Like literally stores that all they do is sell virgin hair wigs, extensions. They sell no products. Again, when you have these types of stores, these are going to be the people that's going to spend $100 to $500 per visit, because they're spending $100 on average for some bundles. They're spending $500 for one wig. But again, a person that spends $500 for a wig is not buying a wig every month like the traditional beauty supply store. They may be buying a wig every quarter, maybe twice a year, right? Also, white labeling, which is creating and selling your own branded products. I'm going to talk about this later, but this is one of the highest margins possible, right? Because it's your brand, it's your name, it's your formula. So you actually can create your own pricing, essentially, right? This is what we do through white labeling, right? This is what we teach our clients to do. And this is exactly what we did with Pam. This is one of the first case studies I want to share with you guys. So Pam's store is out in Tampa, Florida. It is called My Shade and Texture. Now, this is a high margin niche beauty supply store, and she specializes in textured, natural, and multicultural hair types. Okay. So when we had worked with Pam and we started her store like maybe 7 or 8 years ago at this point, it was very specific what Pam wanted to do. She wanted to cater to the naturalista. It was hot Tampa. And most of her clients wore their hair naturally, right? And so this is exactly what we did. We targeted a lot of natural brands, and we talked to a lot of natural manufacturers. And Pam also built her own products, right? So she also did white labeling, right? I just mentioned that, white labeling. She also built her own DIY bar where she has her branded oils and scrubs and body lotions, where now her customers can come in and mix and match their own concoction. So you can walk into Pam's store and you can create your own body scrub. You can create your own oil. You can create your own lotion. And because this is a white label product, this carries the highest margins in her store. Like she told me 70% of her revenue comes from her own brand. Okay. And here on the bottom, right, she talks about how she could not have done it without myself and the team, right? Because we walked her through the process. And this is exactly what you can build for your own beauty supply store. So sky's the limit. Now let's get into model number 2, which is our high volume, low margin business model. So here is it's just simply the exact opposite. So here you are focusing on having more customers in your store, having very competitive prices, and winning on the volume play. So this is exactly what our Asian and Arab counterparts do. They build big stores with a lot of product because they want to have a lot of customers, right? So they build these big warehouse beauty supply stores. They put a lot of product into it. They pack their stores out to the brim, right? We walked into these stores. We know what these stores look like. I don't got to explain this to y'all, right? But here in this model, what it offers is products at a competitive price. So this is for people who are price conscious, right? This is who shops here. Price conscious people. This is the most common beauty supply shopper. Okay. What you carry is that you carry everything. You carry everything from wigs, weaves, hair care, men care, kid care, products that are for professionals as well, right? Because the broad selection is what's going to drive foot traffic, because foot traffic is everything for this business model, okay? And this is how you win. You are winning on volume. You have to have a pristine location, right? Foot traffic. And you have to have competitive pricing because you need that consistent traffic and tight cost management in order to maintain your profits, okay? And these are the reasons why the high volume business model works. because your affordable pricing drives the higher volume of customers, right? So you have more people that come into your door, which means you have more opportunities to sell and upsell, right? You have a broad market appeal. Because you have a broad market appeal, you serve a wider community, right? So everybody could shop here. Latino, Caucasian, African American, right? No one is excluded from your store. You also drive customer loyalty through pricing. Okay, because you have price conscious shoppers, they know that they can trust that you are going to have the cheapest pricing. And then you also can potentially become a market dominance, which means you become the go-to beauty supply store for the entire community because you have enough volume, right? For everyone in the community. So here are the things that you need to understand before you choose this business model. So the first thing is you're going to have tight margins, right? Because your prices are typically lower than everybody else's. So every dollar counts. So you must have really tight management in your supply chain, right? The second thing is understanding that high sales volume is required. You must be able to have consistent high traffic in your store in order to hit your revenue goals. So again, location and marketing is going to be crucial for you if you have this type of business model. Okay. Also, you're going to be competing against other low margin stores, right? Including the big box retailers. Now I know that Target, they do buy one, get one 50% off all the time, right? So this is what you're going to be competing against, which I absolutely hate. I'm like, I don't do that at all. Yeah, I'm not going to compete with someone that's doing a buy one, get one half off. It's just hard. It's very hard to do, okay? And then lastly, funding is going to be a big piece here. You have to start with enough capital to have all of the product categories in your store. So this model typically is going to require higher funding, okay? So this is an example of a store that we opened that had a really diverse product mix. It's Mega Beauty Supply out in the Houston, Texas area, right? And then another market that you want to think about is the Walmart versus Whole Foods analogy, right? Typically, Walmart is going to win because they win on volume and price. Now, people that shop at Whole Foods is a completely different consumer base than those who shop at a Walmart, right? Neither is wrong. It's just a different business model because every business model is going to serve a specific customer. So you just need to identify who you want to align with, right? Do you want to align with price conscious customers? Or do you want to align with high-end luxury consumer base? That's really the main question that you want to be able to answer for yourself. So like I said, this is a picture here of us at Mega Beauty Supply grand opening. And she actually has a second location that has a beauty salon inside the location, right? But because she was by a college, right, she had to have a product mix that was for college students, right? So competitive pricing, everything for everyone, a very diverse product mix. That's what we were able to build for Shonda and her beauty supply store, okay? So you want to think about your community, who you're serving. Are you serving college students? Because they're on a tight budget, right? Are you serving an older demographic? Are you serving a younger demographic, right? These are the things that you want to think about so that this business model makes sense. Now let's go into model number 3, which is the hybrid model, the best of both worlds, okay? So this model combines certain elements, okay, certain elements of the high margin, high volume business models, right? So this is where you carry a mix of premium and exclusive products, as well as the budget friendly everyday items that people just know and trust, right? These are the staples that have been in the community. This is exactly what I did, okay? So this allows you to have maximum reach as well as maximum profitability. So let's talk about why this business model is so powerful. So number one, you could potentially serve a range of budgets, right? You could potentially have people who can spend, you know, $15 or $250 on a wig, and then people who spend $5 on edge control and $20 on a wig, right? You can also have the opportunity to have multiple revenue streams, right? Because your premium items are going to generate those high margins, and your lower end products can generate the volume that you need to have the consistent traffic. So merging these two together, right, can create a diverse revenue base. Now, I will say that this could be tricky to do because sometimes when you have a store that looks high end, people may feel like they can't afford it. Like that's how they felt with my store. Like they like some people come in and they would say things like, you know, I never came in here because your store just looked expensive. So I didn't think that I could afford stuff, right? But we still carried a lot of our staples. We still carried like Dark and Lovely and Motions and ORS, right? You have to be able to figure out ways that you can market to both people. Okay, that's the strategy there. Another thing that it does is that it also kind of reduces your risk so that you're not dependent on one type of customer or a specific price point. Okay. And then lastly, it also allows you to have room and space to grow and really emerge your product mix based on what works the most, right? So that you can double down on your winning categories and phase out what doesn't move, which is what I love too. You have that flexibility to figure out like, okay, they like these premium things, these things they don't like so much, so I can phase that out. Okay. This also allows you to have a one-stop shop, right? The one-stop shop model combines retail and beauty services all under one roof. And this is exactly what I did at my store as well. So we had our products, and then we also had a hair salon. We had a very small hair salon, 2 stations in the back. But what this allowed us to do was also have an additional revenue stream of our service-based business, right? This model's not for everyone because essentially what happens is that you have basically 2 businesses that you're running under one roof. So you have to be able to be someone that can operate 2 businesses under one roof. But when you do this well, your store now becomes a destination for more than one purpose, right? So you're not just a beauty supply store anymore. So 4 benefits of the one-stop shop model that I love so much is number one, it's very convenient for customers. And convenience is everything. Like convenience is going to be everything. And I believe that going forward, the one-stop shop model is going to be what people are going to look for in their beauty supply experience, right? So everything in one place. You don't have to go here to get your hair done and then here to get your beauty supply or here to get your eyelashes or eyebrows done. Like you choose what kind of service-based model you want. It doesn't have to be hair, okay? You also, number 2, like I said before, you're going to have diversified revenue streams. So instead of just product sales, you're going to have the service income too. And literally when I had my salon, that's what I used to actually pay myself as a business owner. I used my salon income. Because at one point I had 2 girls that were generating me $15,000 because they were doing weaves all day. So the salon itself was making $15,000. And we did a 60-40 split. So they took 60%, I took 40%. And it worked beautifully. But of course, you have to manage that because it's a separate business. So you have to be able to be someone that can manage people. Okay. But if you do it well, again, you have that additional income stream that you can have to pay yourself or invest back into the business. Okay. The third thing is that it also allows your customers to have an enhanced experience, right? So this is going to drive more reviews for your store, more referrals, and repeat visits because it's a one-stop shop. Now they're going to bring a friend, right? Increase foot traffic. So for people who are actually looking just for services, right, you're attracting those people. They're like, oh, I didn't even know this was a beauty supply store. I just thought it was a salon. Or people who are like, oh, you have a salon in the back, who are coming in for the beauty supply and know you had a salon. Now you have this new customer. And so like this is Fabulous Freddy's. This is my store in Queens that we opened in 2010. And this is the exact model that we had in our space, right? We had products, we had services, and we did events all in one roof. All in one roof and all in our small 800 square foot store. And these are the models and the systems that we teach inside of our programs, right? How to create your white label products, how to do the services, how to do the retail, how to do all of this in one space, okay? So let's think about this. What services can you provide in your community, right? Because again, you don't have to necessarily do hair, right? You can do events where you have a cornrow class. So example of this, one of our clients, Curly Girl Love, she hosts in-store cornrow classes with a licensed hairstylist, right? You can do nails, right? You could do a beauty bar. You could do a subscription box or product bundles and send that out monthly. We used to do that too. We used to do product bundles all the time, right? You can have a wig area where you do wig installations and consultations. We did that also. So we had a wig station in our space as well. So we had a wig station and we did hair consultations. And then every single Wig Wednesday, we did free wig installations, right? When you buy a wig, you got to install for free. Very simple to do. Very simple to do, right? So these are some of the things that you can do to add that additional revenue stream in your store so that you can make an additional 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 just off of the service. Okay. And I want you guys to see that your beauty supply business is like your main hub, right? But underneath your main hub, you have all of these additional revenue streams. And when you add up all of these additional revenue streams in your store, you have a business that can make 50,000, 60,000 per month in your beauty supply business because you are managing all of these additional revenue streams underneath your main store, your storefront, okay? And so once you do this properly, your customers become your best marketing, right? And so you want your customers to be always talking about your store, always talking about how your store changed their life, always telling friends about it. This is what my clients do in our programs, right? Some of them talk about making 10,000 their first weekend of being open, right? These are things that speak to people, okay? You want people to let other people know about the stores. You want word of mouth to be number one, your number one marketing tool for your beauty supply store. And this is how you start to expand. So once people understand who you are, what you do, now you have the opportunity to move into a second location, right? This is exactly what we did with Shonda in her store, right? Once your first store is profitable and it's running without you daily, you can open a second location, right? In an adjacent community. You can expand your online store, right? Our online stores for our clients generate 20 to 30% an additional revenue for the business, right? You, again, can do white label products. That's, again, creating your own oils, creating your own edge control, having your bonnets. We had clients that did like high-end bonnets in their beauty supply store. You can sell that in store and online, right? And then once you have that together, you can even license your model that you have in your store, right? Because you have a proven documented system, it becomes a model that you can easily replicate. And here's why y'all need to do this in 2026. Because right now, like I mentioned before, The global beauty market is a $698 billion market. So if you have an online store, right? This is why I mentioned the global numbers, because we have clients that do exports back to their countries. Like we have clients in the Caribbean that ship to their country. We have our African clients that ship to Africa, right? It's a global market. You're not going to find anywhere in the world that don't need beauty supplies, okay? So we talked about how the natural segment is one of the fastest growing segments that you can have in your beauty supply store, right? And some of our highest stores make the most money, 1.8 million for our largest store that we've opened today, 1.8 million in a year. That's 1 year, okay? So now you can ask yourself these 3 questions, right? To decide which business model is right for you. So number 1, you want to ask, who is my customer, right? Who is my ideal customer? Is she a budget shopper and wants everything in one place? Right? Is she a discerning buyer who values quality and experience over the price? What community am I serving? Right? That's the second question. What does your neighborhood need the most? Right? So think about the community and what you want to open and figure out what do they need the most. Because if there's already a bunch of Asian-owned beauty supply stores, you don't want to replicate that because they already have that. Right? That's the question you want to answer. Okay. Another question, another transparent question is, how much capital do I have? Right? Because again, I mentioned that high volume model, that's going to require a bit more upfront inventory. Okay. So you want to look at your funding levels, right? And that's going to be your guiding point. So here is a side-by-side model comparison between our high margin stores, our high volume stores, and our hybrid model, right? So here you can see the profitability for high margin is high. For the volume stores, it's low. And for the hybrid, it's medium to high, right? Looking at the volume, okay? Again, that's going to be low for our high margin stores and high for our high volume stores. The startup costs, right? It's going to be high for the high volume. And for the hybrid model, it's going to be medium to high, depending on how big your store is, right? And so this breakdown is not to say that a model is wrong, right? So I want to drive that home for you guys, that there's no wrong answer here, right? It's just you need to just be educated on what the different options are. Because most of you came in here thinking there's only one way to build a beauty supply store. And that's just not the case. Okay? So what I want us to do right now is write down, just jot down real quick in your notebook, the model that is just naturally resonating with you the most. Okay? And then write down 3 reasons why you feel that that model fits your community. Okay? Why do you feel like this business model fits your community the most? I also want you to write down 3 different products that you would carry in your store based on that model. Okay, 3 different products that you will carry in your store based on this model. And then in 1 sentence, what service would you add? And I also want you to drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat, what service would you add in your store? Whether it be hair, nails, eyebrows, eyelashes, makeup, facials, whatever it is, right? And then the last piece, right, is how many customers would you need per day based on this business model to hit your 250,000 revenue goal your first year of business? Okay. I want you to write down how many customers would you need per day to hit your goal of 250,000 in your first year of business. Okay. So here are some takeaways that I want you guys to keep in mind for this session, right? Because your business model is going to be the strategy to get to that number goal, right? That's the goal we want us all to get to. That's the goal I personally want y'all to get to. So being intentional about the strategy is paramount. Okay. Number one, the model and the strategy must match your community's needs, not your personal preferences, right? We talked about this. The high margin strategy wins on experience and expertise, right? The high volume strategy is going to win on the selection and the price point. So, right, the high margin is going to win on your expertise and experience, and the high volume play is going to win on selection and price. Your hybrid one-stop shop model is the most powerful strategy, right? For community impact and revenue. Tying this all in to your suppliers, your pricing, your marketing, your inventory, these are all the back end things that you're going to need to master for this to work, right? And then you need to figure out what is going to be your plan to scale. So we talked about second location or a bigger location. We talked about online, right? We talked about white labeling, right? Because you want to be able to eventually, you don't have to do this all at one time, because I didn't, but you want to be able to eventually add in those additional revenue streams for your business so that you can make more money in your store. Okay. So our next session that we're going to get into is going to be session 3, which is branding your beauty supply store and identifying your target audience. Okay. So this is going to be very, very important for you guys to show up to, because your branding for your store is going to be what's going to attract your ideal customers. Okay, so this is really, really important for you guys to keep in mind when you guys are building out the business, because a lot of people just skip over the branding part and they just go into building. Okay, so I'm going to play this video and then we are going to take a little 5-minute break.
It's in the building, my state. It's not ready yet, but girl, watch this transformation. This girl right here gave me super step by step by step. And I followed it.
Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break here. I'm going to open the breakout rooms if you guys have questions for our client concierge, and we're going to meet back here in 5 minutes. All right, y'all, we are back. We're going to get into our third session, but I want to break and hear from you guys real quick. How are you guys enjoying the session so far? I want to hear from somebody. I hope y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? Drop a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Drop a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Is this thing on? Okay, cool. Yes, so I want to get some feedback real quick from you guys. Let me know if this information is landing. Let me know if this makes sense. Let me know if this is worth your Saturday here. Like someone unmute, give me some feedback, some aha moments, some gems, some takeaways, anything.
Well, this is Jaleesa.
Hey, Jaleesa.
I've been watching you for a couple years now, and I feel like I'm really ready to push past the fear and like on to the faith because I do talk about it a lot. It's just real. I'm ready for the fear not to like leave me stagnant because that's where I've been. I've been kind
Yes.
of like stuck in it.
Yeah.
Like and just like okay, if this happens, I'll
Mhm.
it move and then it's like it's something else, it's something else. So I'm just ready to just try to see
Yeah.
what we can do to move forward and or even just like build a plan to even get there, because even if I'm not
Absolutely.
like ready for the class, I know I'm ready to even build a plan to see what we can get there. Like I'm ready to for the goal and then how build the plan to get to the goal.
Absolutely. Well, thanks so much for sharing, Jaleesa. And we definitely going to take it to the next step because I know you've been watching me for a while. We've been talking for a long time. So today is the day, sis. Get ready. Who else wants to join in the conversation and just drop some ahas or gems or feedback?
If I can figure out, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, this is I have been dreaming to do this for a while now too, and I just stumbled over your YouTube and that got me going. Oh, excuse me. I'm ready like now.
Yes. Oh, I love that.
Like today.
Like today.
Yeah.
Yes. I love that. And where are you putting your store?
I'm in Johnson City, New York, upstate New York.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, and I really just want to do vending machines and online, but in my area predominantly it's college and single moms. So
Okay.
early college kids get everything in my area, and a lot of them are rich kids. They spend a lot of money. They have the nicest cars.
Mm,
So I'm like, this would be a great location for me to put my vending and have the high-end wigs, and then maybe at some locations I can have like supplies that go along with the wig installments and stuff like that. I think that'd be a real booming area for
oh
me.
yeah, definitely. I love that idea. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing. Is it Mahisha?
Maisha.
Maisha, thanks for sharing. Anybody else? I'll take one more person before we get started. Anybody else want to share any feedback or any aha moments?
Yeah, I'm gonna share some feedback with you guys.
Yeah, I would like to,
Yes, go ahead.
sorry.
I'm Tashana Williams, everybody. I'm from LA. And I really love
Nice.
the structure. Because I don't have her name, I'm sorry, but like our sister was saying, fear is always a factor.
Mm,
But just having an educated start, I think that's the biggest thing. So
yeah,
being able to go over that information of like what an actual business model looks like, the different kinds and the pros and cons of it, I feel that that gave me a lot of confidence in knowing what you're getting yourself into. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
that even if
yeah,
you do have that kind of, skepticism and stuff like that, you can move forward with that, that knowledge of I know, what it's supposed to look like. And yeah, just I really liked, what you gave today. It sounds like you can actually see the vision. You know what I'm saying? More than just
yes,
hearing a
absolutely.
whole bunch of words. It's important for you to be able to see it, what it looks like. So I'm looking forward to, getting moving with it and seeing
Awesome.
what we have to offer here.
Awesome. Where you putting your store? Where are you located?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Okay, Los Angeles. Yeah, you did say that. Awesome. I love that. Thanks for sharing. Awesome. And I feel like someone else was talking just now. Does someone else want to share before we get started? Uh,
Yes, can you hear me?
yes. Hey, Jackie.
Hi. Hi, my name's Jackie. I'm also a person that's been following you for a while. My aha moment was actually a while ago, but it's just like I knew the time wasn't, well, I said the time wasn't right, but the thing I've learned recently is like the time is never right. You got to make the thing when it's right.
Amen. Say that
Otherwise, it's
again.
never
Say
going to
that
be right.
again. Say that again.
I said the thing I learned is that the time is never gonna be right. You're gonna be like, let me start. I'll start in a couple months. It's been a couple years, so calling
Mm,
myself out. But that's also like a learning process of, hey, you know, that's like what it needs to get done. Because in the time that I said, you know what, I'll take the time and start. Two, I've been to three beauty supply stores that has opened, and every single
yeah.
time I've always heard rumors of black owned.
Mm-hmm.
And rumors can be true, rumors can be not true. And
Yeah.
I feel like I feel like they just threw out that rumor to get people to come. And it worked. It
Yeah.
definitely worked.
Yeah.
So there has been, and I do see like earlier about what you were talking about having the Arabs coming in and stuff. And
Yeah.
they come in, they get like, I kid you not, two stores have opened, one in my closest city of Midwest City or Oklahoma, it's like Oklahoma County, like a
Mm,
10,000 square foot store.
yep.
Then
Yep.
there's the one downtown OKC in my area. I haven't been to it yet, but I from the videos and stuff that they're showing of people like pushing it out, it looks like a 10,000 square plus store. My idea of
Mhm.
where I want to put my store is a little bit like Miss, I think it's Miss Maisha's. It's like I want to put mine in like Norman, Oklahoma. It's a college town. I don't know if you're Boomer Sooner or OU. There is no our type of beauty supply store where I just have a feeling, hey, if you stick it there and you do that product ratio mix and stuff, just yes, the students alone, even the students that don't got money, quote unquote, they got
Yeah.
$20. So
Yeah.
it would be a I'm wanting like I always did want my own big beauty supply store. I like looking at the ones that type the Arabs and stuff open. That's kind of in the way of kind of what I like.
Yeah.
It's big, it's bright, a big product ratio mix, lots of selections when people walk in, lots of things to choose from. And I'm just like, okay, even if you can't get that and stuff right now, if you just keep at it, you can make something happen. So yeah, I'm
Absolutely.
very excited to at least get my foundations straight. And it's like I get, I guess, a little bit more help if I can figure out how to use it because I'm a veteran. And so I have access to like funding in that area, which I
Awesome.
like, I'm trying to figure out how to use, but I'm guessing that's something that we'll talk about later.
Absolutely. Yes. And then remind us where you plan on putting your beauty supply store.
Hopefully in Norman, Oklahoma.
Okay. And what's your timeline? Now that you said there's no such thing as perfect timing.
My perfect, well, timeline is this meeting. My timeline that I want to try to get things up is in no later than a year. And I say that
Mhm.
only because I know that there's stuff I still need to work on that I'm just starting to get back into that I'll be dedicating myself up to, but I want to put my all in it because I'm like they say, aim high so that way when you fall, if you fall short, you're still landing somewhere good. So I'm like, I two 10,000 square foot stores open up and
Wow.
they and they seem to be doing okay. So I want my own 10,000 square foot store. I don't know how I'll make that
Absolutely.
happen, but that's the goal.
Absolutely. Awesome. Awesome. Well, thanks so much for sharing, Jackie, and look forward to it. All right. So we are going to get into our third session, which means we are halfway through the day, y'all. So super excited to be talking about our third session. It's one of the most important sessions. All of them are really important, but branding and understanding your target audience is very, very important for people to want to shop with you versus the 10,000 square foot store. Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about right now, how we can create that for ourselves and some of the strategies that are working for our current clients. Okay, so let's get into branding our business before we build it. I always say that you have to brand the business before you actually build it up, right? And I'm going to explain exactly what that means, okay? Because a lot of communities are waiting for a Black-owned store to open, or a store that has the things that they're looking for to open, right? They may have been a store there before that might have been Black-owned, but it may not have been built the way that it should have been built, right? So we are looking for a store that is going to be a safe haven for women of color to shop at, right? And the community is waiting for that. Okay. So when we talk about a brand and branding, I want you guys to think beyond just the logo, right? Because when people think branding, they always instantly think about the logo. But I want you guys to think about the feeling, because that is essentially what your brand is supposed to do. You're supposed to have a certain feeling when you think about a particular brand, right? So it is essentially the sum of every experience, every interaction, every product, and every word that your store puts out into the world, okay? So if you sat and you just think about the stores or brands that you love the most, right? The stores that you don't just spend money with them, you actually trust them, right? You talk about them. We can think about restaurants, right? We talk about our favorite stores. We talk about our favorite restaurants. We're always telling people about it. We bring our friends, right? That is the power of a strong brand. And that is exactly what we are going to build today. Okay, because 59%, this is a high number, 59% of consumers prefer to buy from a brand that they actually recognize, right? So people want to buy from someone that they are familiar with. Okay. So your brand is your first sale ever made. Okay. Essentially, that's what it is. Okay. So there's 5 things that's going to drive a solid brand. Okay. The first is the trust factor. I always say this. People buy with people they know, like, and trust, right? They buy into it, they show up for people they know, like, and trust. That's why y'all here with me today. You know, like, and trust me, right? One of the 3. Trust factor is very, very high up there. Okay. Customers are going to buy from stores that they actually trust. And how do you build that? You build trust through being a consistent store, by having quality, and by being community driven. Okay. The second thing that it does is it builds loyalty. Okay. When you have a strong brand, it turns first-time buyers into lifelong customers who actually refer people to your store. This is a very important part, especially if you're building a niche store or a smaller store, or you're building in a community that has a lot of competition. You want to foster that loyalty. Like in my community, right? We had about 4 beauty supply stores that popped up after mine's opened. Like prior to mine, there was no other beauty supply stores. We have 4 that popped up after mine's open. Right. I gave them the courage to open their stores. But the thing that happened, and I did freak out, like every time a store would pop out, I would freak out for like 2 seconds. And then my customers would come in and be like, I had went to that store, but I felt like I was cheating on you. Like people literally have to feel that if they shopped at another store, they would feel like they were cheating on your store. That's loyalty, right? And they would come back and they would tell you, oh, they don't have this, they don't have that, but they have this and they have that. Like my customers told me everything, okay, because they were that loyal. Okay. Another thing that has a brand does for your business is it builds a level of identity. So it tells your customers who you are, what you stand for, and who your store was built for. So in my store, people understood that my store was for women who wore their hair naturally, right? Because we had a lot of natural products in the store. When we had our social media accounts, we featured a lot of natural women, right? So it was clear on who we served. Okay, another thing that it does is that it increases your sales, right? People pay more for brands that they believe in. So this is where your story also comes into play, right? Being able to share your story, why it's important for people to support Black-owned beauty supply stores, what you're trying to do in the community, right? That eventually increases your sales. And lastly, motivation. Okay, this is a thing that your partners or investors, your staff, right? The motivation of the mission of the business is going to attract staff that believes in that mission so that you don't have high turnover like most retail businesses, right? Also, investors, people who see what you're doing, people who see the mission, you are going to attract investors if you have a strong mission and a lot of motivation, right? After I built my beauty supply store, a lot of people came along and wanted to invest in the business after it was already open, right? So that's another potential for you as well. So now let's get into what these steps look like. So the first thing you're going to want to do is define what your brand identity is going to be, right? So your core values. This is going to be driven by your story. Your story is going to be a big part of your branding, right? And so you are going to want to create a story based on what you stand for. Okay, that's how you're going to define your brand identity. And these are the core values that are eventually going to guide every single decision that you're going to make in your store, right? One can be empowerment. You're here to lift up Black women. Community, right? You want your store to be a gathering place, a safe haven, like not just a regular storefront, right? Excellence, right? Black excellence is a thing now, right? So every single product and every single interaction is going to be intentional in your beauty supply store. Okay. Authenticity, showing up as your authentic, unique self, right? Your brand also reflects that. And then lastly, legacy, right? Like I said before, and I've said this many times, you are here building something that should outlast you. And so that is why your story is really, really important for you to share, right? Because it's going to be what is going to set you apart from everybody else, right? Because here's the thing, Black women connect with authentic, real stories, right? Where did you come from? What brought you to open a beauty supply store? These are things that people want to hear about, right? And these are things that your staff should also know about so that even if you're not in your beauty supply store, your staff could also tell your story because it's a powerful, powerful marketing tool, right? And you also want to share your story on every single platform. So we're talking about our website, right? Your website should have your story. Your website should have some type of bio. Your Instagram, right? Your grand opening, when you do your grand opening. So when we do grand openings, I always have my owners share a few words about their story, right? Because this is live and all the people are there and they want to hear like, what brought you to this place, to this grand opening? So I always make them do a speech at grand opening, right? And if you plan on doing your own white label product, right? The name, that legacy, that all ties into your story. So now let's talk about your brand promise and your brand voice. So the brand promise is essentially what you guarantee that you're going to execute on every time someone walks into your store. That is the brand promise. Like our brand promise is that we are going to have exceptional products and exceptional pricing with exceptional knowledge, right? Every time you walk in. That's an example of a brand promise, right? So what is it that you want to make sure that you execute on every time someone walks into your beauty supply store? What is that one thing that you want to guarantee that everybody's going to get when they walk into your store, whether they buy or not? Okay. So another example is every woman who walks into my store leaves feeling seen, served, and equipped, right? This program, this brand promise is also going to guide your hiring decisions, right? It's going to guide your product choice. And also, this is really important too, the policies that you create in your store for your staff. So it's really important that you're intentional about what your brand promise is going to be. Okay. Now let's switch over to the voice, the brand voice, right? Everybody's brand voice is going to be different, especially because we live in such a diverse country. Your brand voice is going to be different. Okay. So you want to think about, how does your brand speak? because the voice must be consistent everywhere. Okay. You can't talk different on Instagram than how you talk on Facebook than your in-store experience. Okay. The brand voice must be very, very consistent. Now, if you guys have been following me, and most of you guys have been following me for a while, my brand voice is super consistent. I'm very New York. I'm very direct. I'm very New York. I'm very bold. I'm very straight to it. No fluff, straight information. I'm not here to fluff y'all up, right? So you want to think about what that is going to be for your brand, right? So some examples could be bold and empowering, right? Queen, your crown is here. Or warm and welcoming, very community driven. You know, welcome home, sis. Or it could be professional and premium, right? So if you want to have a professional, elevated brand voice, right? High end, then another tagline could be elevated beauty, expertly curated. But the strategy here with the brand voice is consistency. Okay, you want to pick one voice and make sure you're consistent everywhere. Because I have seen so many times where the brand voice is very confusing. You got a hey girl, hey vibe over here on TikTok, and you got a welcome home here on Facebook. It's all over the place. Okay, your brand voice just needs to be authentic. It needs to be authentically you, right? So pick one voice and make sure that you commit with it every single place that your brand is going to be. Okay. Step 2 is having your niche, right? We spoke about this in our last session, right? But we want to stop trying to be everything to everyone, right? Find your people and your people will find you, right? Find your people, serve them well, right? Own your lane. Okay. Like I said in the last session, right? Niche does not have to mean that you are like excluding people, because that's not what we do. We don't exclude people, but we have a particular people that we serve and we serve them well. Okay. And it's powerful. So niches to consider, right? We spoke about this and I want to drive it home, right? You want to make sure that you're picking a niche that aligns with your community, whether that's natural hair care, luxury, upscale, premium, right? Eco-friendly, right? So sustainable, cruelty-free. These are the type of messaging that you're going to have in your brand voice, right? I just want to show you guys this, right? Inclusive shades, right? Protective styling. That's a lot. That's a buzzword that we had in my beauty supply store, protective styling. We had that in our messaging quite a bit. Or one-stop shopping, right? Products and services all under one roof, right? That is the messaging there. Maximum impact. Okay. And again, the numbers don't lie. And that's why I love to show y'all numbers and show you guys facts, because this is not based on theory. This is based on factual information. Like I had mentioned to you guys before, the natural organic beauty market is winning right now. It's crushing it. And so this is you just want to flow where the numbers are, but also keep in mind, you just want to also make sure that you are filling in that community void, whatever that void is. Okay. So now step 3 now gets into our visual element, which everyone thinks about. So step 3, you want to design your visual brand. So this is creating a memorable logo, having a color palette that makes sense for your messaging, and having your visual assets. Okay. And again, you want to make sure that this is going to be consistent everywhere that you go, because this is your first impression, right? So you want to make sure that you get it right the first time. So here are the 5 elements of your brand, the 5 visual elements of your brand. So like I said, the first piece is going to be your logo. So you want to make sure that the logo is not cartoonish. I have seen a lot of cartoonish looking logos for beauty supply stores. And unless you are catering to little kids and things of that nature, you want to make sure that your logo is professional looking, that it reflects the values of your store. And you want to definitely make sure that you invest in a professional logo designer, because you're going to have this logo for a while, right? Not forever, but you're going to have it for a while. So you want to make sure that you invest in a professional looking logo. Second piece is going to be the color palette. Okay, second piece is going to be the color palette. Your colors, means something. So you want to make sure that you are picking a color palette that is going to match the emotion that you want people to feel when they see it, right? So for example, gold is luxury. Green is natural. Black is power. So you want to make sure that you are choosing colors that are going to eventually match your brand's feeling. Okay. Third piece is going to be the fonts, right? The font is going to be all over your website, your signage, your social media, your packaging, right? So you want to make sure that's consistent, right? And that matches with your brand's feelings. Does not have to be script to be a high end, right? Also, your visual assets, your photography style, right? Social media aesthetic, store decor. This all counts visually. So again, everything needs to be consistent, and you want to make sure that every photo counts. So everything on your social media needs to be speaking to your brand, right? All the pictures that you post, everything on your website, how you show up at pop-ups and events, right? That should also show and tell your brand's overall feelings. And then lastly is the packaging, right? If you plan on doing e-commerce, the way your products are wrapped is going to be telling, right? Your bags, right? The bags that you give clients is also going to be telling, because that's also a part of the experience, right? Are you going to have bags that have the logo on it? Or are you going to have the plastic black bags that they give out in the Korean stores, right? Which bags are we going to have in our store, right? Got to think about that one. Okay. But all in all, the main thing I want to drive home here is that you need to have a level of consistency in your branding so that no matter what touch point people are at, they get the same thing. They get the same feel. So if someone sees your Instagram, then they walk into your store, right? It should feel like all of the same brand, same color, same voice, same energy, right? So everything needs to be the same from your Instagram, TikTok, your emails, your website, your staff uniform, and appearance, right? I'm gonna tell you something about appearance real quick. Everybody that came into my beauty supply store was met with a girl that had a red lip on and makeup 9 times out of 10. That was literally a part of our uniform. I still wear the red lip to this day because red to me is very powerful. Everybody looks good in a red lip. But that was a part of our experience. So when we did pop-ups and we did expos and we went to hair shows, we always wore our red lip with our staff shirt. We never was out of uniform, ever. Okay? Ever. Okay? So that is how you make sure that you have a level of consistency. Okay? Because customers recognize when your brand is super consistent. Like even in the street, even sometimes when I would like go to the grocery store and I have my shirt on, I was always represented well. And people noticed that. Okay, so let's move on to step number 4, which is curating your product mix. Curating your product mix. Because every single product that you carry on your shelves tells the community who you are and what you stand for. Okay? And so here's the 4 rules of creating your product mix. Okay, so rule number 1 is always going to be carry what the community needs. Like I've said that many times, right? You want to make sure that you are listening and keeping your ear close to the streets. It is so important that we do that because we do get caught up in carrying things that we like, or maybe our mom or sister or someone, you know what I'm saying that you should carry this because this is what they like. The rule number 1 is always to carry what your community is asking you for. The paying customers. Okay. Another thing you want to consider is offering hard to find items. So this is exactly what I did with my beauty supply store when women were going through that big chop phase. I was purposely finding products that you couldn't find in the Asian stores and big box retailers because I always wanted to be that store that was known for exclusivity. Right. And because my store was a smaller store, which means I didn't have room anyway to carry all the things, I had to make sure that the space that I did have was maximized. And so I focused heavily on hard to find products, products that were high in demand, products that people were talking about on YouTube and all the influencers and things of that nature, because then you essentially create destination shopping where customers literally drive past all these other beauty supply stores just to get to you. Okay? That's how you do that. The second thing is quality over quantity, because people are used to that cluttered store where it's overwhelming. I hate those types of stores, by the way. Like, I'm just not a clutter girl type of person, shopper, right? I want clean. I want to be able to see what I need to see. It needs to be speaking high end, premium, right? I like a smaller space, a more safer space. I like for people to be able to talk to me about what I'm about to buy, right? So quality over quantity. Having an excellent products and an excellent product mix is always going to be the packed store, the packed looking store, right? Another thing that you want to do is a ton of research. So one of the biggest mistakes, before I get into that, but one of the biggest mistakes I see people do once they have their store is they're heavily reliant on their sales reps, right? The sales reps and these companies to tell them what they should buy. Now, the sales reps are there to guide you and help you, but you should not be heavily reliant on sales reps. You should be looking at your data, right? Your data is going to tell you about your decision making. Okay. So understanding your sell through and inventory turnover rates, right? How fast do these products turn over? How much does this category sell, right? That is how you are able to determine what you're going to order with these sales reps. Don't be heavily reliant on these sales reps, because they're actually just going to sell you what they want to sell you at the end of the day. They can't be trusted. Okay. And the fourth thing that you want to consider is adding your own private label product, right? We talked about this, right? You want to be able to have a product with your name on it, because these categories have the highest margins. And this also gives room to enhance your brand identity, because people are going to walk in and they're going to be like, dang, that's her product. That's you right there. That's all you. You're going to be like, yes, this is our product. And they love to support your product, because they're just going to automatically think that it's quality because the store is quality. So they're going to naturally trust it and they're going to naturally invest. Step number 5 is going to be providing an exceptional customer service experience, because people never forget how you made them feel. They will forget what you sold them, but they're never going to forget how they were made, how you made them feel, right? So that's why it's really important. Like, when we think about our experiences in some of these Asian-owned stores, right? There's a feeling that stay with us because we feel like, you know? So we have the opportunity with our beauty supply stores to reverse that feeling. Because when a woman of color comes into your store, she should feel like this store was built for me. Okay. So here are some tips to deliver exceptional service in your beauty supply store. Okay. The first thing is training your staff. A lot of times we kind of skip over it. We just think that your staff is supposed to just know and they're going to just do their own thing. No, you really need to train. You need to take out time to train your staff. Okay. They should be very, very knowledgeable. They shouldn't be reading off the products. Okay. They should be helpful and they should be genuinely warm. Okay. I tell my clients all the time. Okay. It is your job to train your staff. They're not going to train themselves. They're like kids. Okay. You have to train them. You have to teach them. How do I want you to greet people? You have to teach them that. When people walk in, how fast do I want you to greet them? I want you to greet them as soon as that chime goes off. They need, hi, how are you today? How may I help you? With a smile, showing the teeth. That's training. Knowing your customers by name. That's a big one. When you know the customers by name, they tend to buy with you more often, more frequently, right? On top of that, understanding their preferences, remembering their last purchase, remembering, the conversation that they had about their hair type, right? These are all things that you can do that's going to help your customer feel seen, valued, and served. It's nothing like going into a restaurant or, the coffee shop and they're like, oh, you want that espresso again? You want to get that so-and-so and so again? Don't that make you feel good every time someone remembers your order? I know that instantly makes me feel like family. Like she knows me for real. Right? That's exactly what you want to do in your store. Okay? And then we also do this through AI and technology and automation and our POS systems. Like we teach our clients, like you send out these automations to these particular, customers that may have purchased a wig in the past 60 days. This is the email and text that you want to receive. Right? And making sure that you're also personalizing every interaction, okay? Because no one should feel like a transaction. We've been feeling like that for decades. No one should feel like they're just there to just spend money, okay? Because here's the thing, it is 86% more expensive to get a new customer in your store, okay? So you don't want to have to deal with people shopping with a different beauty supply store because you didn't deliver exceptional customer service. Okay? So step number 6 is going to be to build your online brand, right? Your online presence. Okay, so we're going to talk about how 70% of beauty supply product discovery happens actually on social media. Right? Some of y'all hate social media, but I am here to tell you that social media is a way of the future for you to actually sell your beauty supply products. Okay. Instagram is going to be your number one platform to do this. Okay. On Instagram, you are going to want to post every single day. And that is a very easy thing to do because you have hundreds and thousands of products in your store that you could be talking about every single day. But here's what I see. And this is social media just across the board. People don't post every day. People are very lazy when it comes to social media, right? It is very simple to get your sales girls or your sales staff to post every single day, to go live every single day, okay? Because you're posting products, you're posting customer experiences, you're posting your clients' results, right? You're posting the new wigs and the new inventory that you have in your store, okay? And you're going live. That's Instagram. TikTok is the fastest growing discovery tool because now we have TikTok Shop. And when I tell you, I talk about TikTok Shop all the time. That is where you're going to sell the most. Because on TikTok Shop, you can do tutorials, you could do wig try-ons, you could do store tours, you could do product demos. This is where your girls or your sales staff can be able to show the personality of the brand. Okay. TikTok Shop. Now I go on TikTok Shop and I see all the Asian girls putting the wigs on. They look absolutely ridiculous putting these wigs on. But they do it and they sell. People are actually buying these wigs live on the Asian girl face. Like, for real. And I haven't seen, okay, let me tell you what I've seen. I've seen the Asian girls trying the wigs. And then they'll get some social media influencers to do the wigs too. I've seen the men trying the wigs. And I'm like, where's the black women with the try-ons? Where are y'all at? See, this is an opportunity that some of y'all are missing right now. Okay, it's TikTok Shop. Let me move on. Facebook. Now, Facebook is good for like local community things, like local community, like you have a lot of Facebook groups. And so I always suggest you guys to be a part of all of the local Facebook groups so that you can start talking about your business, start talking about your beauty supply store. You want to build a Facebook business page, right? So you link that to your personal page, and you're going to build a Facebook business page. This is a non-negotiable, by the way. That's like one of the first pages that you need to create is your Facebook business page, because that's Googleable. Okay. You also want to have a YouTube. So Fabulous Freddy's had a YouTube, right? And this is where we had our longer videos. And I tell people all the time, we were doing YouTube videos when YouTube videos wasn't even a thing. But we were doing events, and we would put it on our YouTube. So when we had collaborations with hairstylists, right? And our hairstylists would come in and they would do educational workshops. We would put that on our YouTube page. Now, YouTube is good because it builds that deeper trust, because someone's going to sit there and watch a 20-minute video of you and your beauty supply store. They are going to shop with you. Okay. And there's not a lot of beauty supply stores that have YouTube pages. Okay. Because what this does is this automatically puts you as the expert. Okay. That's what a YouTube page will do for you. Of course, you want to have your website. And of course, you need to have an email list. An email list is so, so important. I want y'all to drop that actually in the chat, because this is the most valuable digital asset that you can have. This is gold. This is where your money is made. Your money is made from your email list and your text message list, right? This is something that you can build right now. You want to build your email and text message list right now. Okay? Because you own that. These other platforms that I mentioned, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, the algorithm owns those. You don't own those. The only thing that you own and the only asset that you have is your email and text list. This is how, let me drop this for y'all real quick. This is how our stores that survived COVID was able to make money, and how those Asian stores had to shut down, some of them. Because our clients, and I taught them this for day one, our clients had an email list. They had a text message list. So when they had to shut their stores down during COVID, they was able to send out a text message and send out an email to say, hey, we had to shut down, but we're working on doing delivery and curbside and all the things. You build this from day one and you protect it with your life. Okay, y'all heard it here first. You need to build your email list. You need to build your text message list. And so what you do here, this ain't on the slide, but you can build this free with MailChimp. You go to MailChimp.com. Okay, someone drop that in the chat for everybody. Go to MailChimp, MailChimp.com, and you get an email list for free. I feel like it's the first 1,000 subscribers is like free. Okay, so you can start this literally for free. You start your email list and you start to send out emails. So you're going to put your link for your email for people to be on your email list in your social media bios, right? You're going to put this also on your website. You're going to put this also on your surveys, so that people can sign up to be a part of your email list, where you're going to send out valuable information, DIY information, product information, all these things, right? Sending out valuable information builds trust for your brand. But that's how you start to create it without actually having a storefront. Okay, because people are going to want to sign up for your email list because you're giving them valuable information. That's why y'all are on my email list, because I give out valuable information for free. Okay, so this is exactly what you're going to do for your beauty supply store. Okay. Then step 7 is going to be collaborations and partnerships, right? Your network is your net worth. Okay, building relationships is something that you are going to want to start doing now. Okay, even without a store. You want to start having relationships with influencers, right? Local beauty influencers that share your target audience. Other Black-owned brands, right? Hosting pop-up events in other Black-owned stores. Okay? partnering with other hair salons, nail shops, spas, fitness studios, right? Cross promotion is key. What I used to do also, I used to print out my flyers. I used to go to Staples and I used to get a really cute flyer holder and I used to put them in the local businesses because no one wants to have the flyers just there on the counter, right? When you have your flyers in something cute, right, it stands out. So I invested in having my flyers in something cute so that when people went to the other stores, they would naturally just gravitate towards my flyers, right? And then you also want to do community events, which we talked about, you know, hosting beauty nights, being at natural hair care shows, product launches, all of those things you want to have events into your store. And then, like I mentioned before, having value-added services into your stores. So we talked about this in our last class or the class before the last one, right? Making sure that you have educational workshops. Educational workshops are key because most stores don't have those. This could be virtual, this could be in-store, or could be hybrid, right? It could be hybrid. You don't have to kill yourself with this. Having hair consultations, right? Having special curated gift sets. So like for Christmas, right? Christmas is a wonderful time to do curated gift sets. Mother's Day is another time. Father's Day is another time. We talked about having monthly subscription boxes, right? That's also a big one. Doing YouTube tutorials. So let me talk about the YouTube tutorial thing real quick. I hired a videographer in my beauty supply store. And I had my good girlfriends come and I would do DIY content videos for my YouTube. They're probably still on my YouTube page to this very day. If you go to Fabulous Freddy's, right? But that was an investment that I made. And I wasn't like a YouTuber. I wasn't a blogger. I wasn't an influencer. I was someone who wanted to educate people about how to do their hair. And because we did these YouTube tutorials and I created bundle packages around it, right? I was able to sell those like hotcakes because then everyone wanted the products that was in my YouTube videos. Okay, that's why it's really important for y'all to have the YouTube page. Okay, and then next thing that you can do is, like I said before, the wig installations, special days when you can do wig fittings and customizations of wigs. Like wigs is a powerful, powerful category to have in your store just in general. Like I always tell all my clients, like the wig category is another high margin category that you want to consider in your store because even the naturalistas, right, on a bad hair day will put a wig on for sure, right? So don't sleep on the wig category. Then step number 9 is going to be your loyalty and your referral programs. This is how you turn regular customers into loyal customers, is by giving them a system to reward them for shopping with you. And here's the thing, loyalty programs increase repeat visits by 20 to 30%. This is, for me, is like a non-negotiable, okay? You want to have a point system, right? So this is a system where you award points for every single dollar spent. You don't have to do it this way, but I like doing it this way. Okay, so they can get discounts or they can get free products, and this is simply ran through your POS system. Then you have referral rewards. I also love this. I give a discount when people bring friends into your store. It's the proper thing to do, y'all. Okay. Your happiest customers become your best sales team. Then you have your VIP tiers, which I'm a fan of this as well. Silver, gold, platinum. Okay. So the more people spend with you, they should have early access. They should have special discounts. They should have private events. One thing that I did often in my store for my VIP customers was early access. So we would have certain days where we would either open early or we would stay late. Like an hour. It's nothing crazy. It's literally an hour. An hour on a Saturday morning. So I used to also do this for my hairstylists as well. They're also VIP people. They spend a lot of money with you. Okay. I'm going to open an hour early for my hairstylist because they spend a lot of money. Or I'm going to have a day where I'm going to stay late for my platinum customers because they get off work, it's late. And sometimes all the other stores are closed. So I'm going to have a special day where all of those customers get to shop. And I usually have, you know, whatever, little snacks, wine, whatever. Make it a cute thing. Okay. And then birthdays. Everyone loves to celebrate their birthday. So think about a really creative way to celebrate your customers. It doesn't have to be, everything always doesn't have to be like a discount. You can send them like a free small gift, which is like free samples that you get anyway from these vendors, right? So that the next time they come, they have this cute little free gift, right? It makes them feel special. They always remember stores who remember them. Every time I get a text message from my dentist's office about my birthday, I feel special. And I always go back to the dentist. Okay. So that birthday shout out means everything. All right. So now let's pivot into creating our mission and vision statements, right? This is a pinnacle piece of developing our brand. Okay. So our mission statement is going to be who we are, who do we serve, and how do we serve them? That's the mission. And then the vision is like, where do we want to go from here? What is the future looking like for us, right? What kind of impact do we want to have on our community? What is our store going to look like 5, 10, 15 years from now, right? So a solid mission statement could be, I provide premium culturally curated products, beauty products and services for Black women who deserve a shopping experience built specifically for them, right? That mission is telling what we do, who we serve, and how we serve them. This is going to be your why. It's very powerful. And a solid vision statement is going to be, you know, we want to become the most trusted beauty destination for Black women in my region, building generational wealth, community pride, one store at a time. So typically your vision needs to be something that is going to outlast you. Like you're going to pass this baton on to someone who's going to execute this vision. So it may not be something that you're going to accomplish in your lifetime. And maybe something that the next generation is going to do, right? So the vision is always going to be speaking into that future. What kind of impact do we want to have on our community? What does success look like for us 20 years from now? So now let's talk about creating and defining our target market. Now, every time I talk about creating your target market and researching your avatar, right? Which is pretty much your demographics of who you're going to speak to. People automatically assume that we're going to exclude certain people, which we're not. It's just a certain demographic that we're going to be talking to in our messaging on our social media accounts. So there's a certain tone. So you want to define who this person is. Who is she? What's her name? And you want to describe her in such complete detail because this is actually going to go into your business plan, right? For your entire business strategy. So if you could speak to one woman directly, who would she be? Is she a single mom? Is she a busy mom? Is she a single woman? Is she in college? Right? Because here's the thing, you're going to talk to a college student differently than, you know, someone who's maybe in their mid-50s, someone who's older. You're going to speak to a single mom differently than a single woman, right? So it's really important for us to understand who is that avatar that we're going to be speaking to on our social media pages. Because again, we want to be consistent in our brand voice. We want to be consistent in our brand voice. And so here are some questions that will help you define who your avatar is, right? So the demographics, like I just mentioned, the age range, the location, right? Income level, that's a big one. Family status, is she single? Is she married? Is she a mom? What does her daily life look like? Is she busy? Is she a stay-at-home mom? Like, what does that daily life look like? Okay. Second piece is going to be her beauty needs. What products is she primarily looking for? And what is missing? This is really important. What is missing from every store that she visits? That's really important. The third piece is going to be her pain points. Why in God's name would she drive past 3 stores to come to yours? Why would she drive past 3 stores to come to your store? Why? What problem are you solving for her? And then lastly, her values. So we spoke about this before. Is this a person that wants luxury, or is this a person that wants affordability? Because that's 2 different avatars. Is this person who wants natural ingredients in her products? Is she looking for a natural product, eco-friendly product? Is this person looking for communities, someplace where she can hang out? Right? This piece is going to shape everything. So after you define that, the second step is going to be using your 5 senses. Right? This is a part of your brand experience guide, right? So if you were to close your eyes right now and walk into your dream beauty supply store, and I want all of us to close our eyes, right? What are the elements of our 5 senses do we experience? Starting with sound, right? What music is playing in your beauty supply store? Is it rap? Is it jazz? Is it light jazz? Is it elevator music? Is it pop? Does it have high energy? Right? That sound is going to define everything for your store. Y'all can drop it in the chat. What kind of music y'all plan on playing? Y'all can drop it in the chat. What kind of music y'all plan on playing? Because here's the thing about sound. If you have customers that are going to be reading ingredients, you don't want to have music that's going to be really distracting. Because a lot of my customers used to pick up bottles and they want to read the ingredients. So I quickly recognized that I didn't want to have really busy music. I mean, sometimes I did, but a lot of times we actually played really calm, like jazz type music. We played gospel music, like music that was really calm. However, in events though, we would play more upbeat pop, Beyonce, Rihanna type music at our events, because our events we wanted high energy, we wanted to be vibey, we wanted people to, feel good and talk, and so that was a different experience. So you want to be able to kind of define what that's going to be like for your store. I will say this. You don't want to play music that's going to be offensive to somebody. You may like the rap, but it may be offensive to certain people. So keep that for your car rides to and from the store. Then when you're in the store, we play what the community wants to hear. And y'all gotta let the staff know that too, because the staff is gonna want to play what they want to play, especially if you have young staff. So you gotta keep that in check, okay? The colors, right? What are the colors in your store? What does your store look and feel like visually, right? Do you have accent walls, right? Do you have a selfie station? I always talk about your store should have a selfie station because your store needs to be Instagrammable, right? We said Instagram is our #1 platform. Your store needs to have a place where people can feel cute and take cute pictures, okay? People want to take those cute pictures. But this is also a part of marketing when they take those pictures, okay? So what are the colors? What does it look like? What do people see as soon as they walk in? What is the first thing they see? Right? Then we have our smells. Again, we're walking through this with our 5 senses, and we have our eyes closed right now. So what scent hits you as soon as you walk in? Are there candles? Is there a signature fragrance? Is there fresh products? Like, I think about some of the stores that I love, and they have really floral scents. Like, I'm into that, right? If you are a wellness store, you may consider more of like a musk kind of scent, right? But you should have some type of scent, right? It shouldn't, they should smell something pleasant, right? Scents are really important. You're going to have to invest in that, okay? And then you have the overall experience. Like, how do people feel when they leave? Do they feel like they were empowered? Do they feel inspired? Do they feel like they were taken care of? Right? We also have taste. That's not on the slide, right? But I do want to talk real quick about the touch, not so much the taste, but the touch part, right? We used to have small testers in our stores, right? The testers that you have in your stores always sell. Testers by itself increases your sales by 10%. Let's be clear. There's a reason why in the mall, the Asian spots have the little chicken on the stick. Y'all know the little chicken on the stick? They're the only ones that used to have the chicken on the stick. And we used to eat that chicken and we used to buy the chicken teriyaki. You know what I'm talking about? In the mall? Yeah, that strategy actually works, y'all. That's why they have it at Sam's Club. That's why they have it at BJ's. That's why they have it at Costco. Create the testers. You have to create your own testers. But when I tell you, when you create your own testers, those products sell, especially if you are selling like high-end stuff, like that $30 gel, that $30 this, that $30. Like they want to make sure that the texture is something that they're going to want to put in their hair every single day. So me and my mom, we went out and we bought the little testers from the 99-cent stores and we opened the product. Or if you have samples, you can use the samples, right? You can always ask for the samples, like I said. And you create your testers, y'all. It is not a hard process, but it's a part of the overall experience. And this is the experience that they're not going to get this at the other beauty supply stores, y'all. So I'm showing y'all winning strategies that you don't have to have the biggest stores. You don't have to carry all the products. You just have to be intentional about the experience. Okay? So I want you guys to take the 5 senses exercise, right? And I want you guys to write this also down in your notebooks, because again, this is going to become your brand experience guide. Okay. So now let's talk about the one word. And if you guys been following me for a while, you understand that there's a power of having one word. And that one word is the word that you would want people to use to describe your store. Just one word, right? Because that one word is your brand, right? So is it luxurious? Is it empowering? Is it community, natural, bold? Like, what is the one word if someone was to walk out of your store right now? If they were to walk out of your store right now and they got on the phone with someone, they were like, hey, I was just at so-and-so's beauty supply. How would you want that person to describe your store experience? I want you to drop your one word in the chat, right? So for us, it was fabulous, right? And I always also say this, like that one word needs to somehow be in the name of your store or in the tagline, whatever that word is. Because some of y'all have beauty supply stores and you're naming it after your kids or your grandkids. And that name of your store should be the word that you want people to feel when they're shopping with you. So I want everybody to drop their one word in the chat right now. What is the one word you would want people to use to describe your store? Only one word. You only got one word. And then you create the name of your store based on that one word, right? Gotcha. You start with that one word and you let that word be the guide for the name. So if your one word was natural, right? You can think Roots Beauty Supply, Purely Her Beauty, The Natural Shelf, right? You want that word to guide the name of your beauty supply store. So some of you already have names in mind, and I want you to ask yourself, does that name represent the word that you came up with that's going to describe your beauty supply store? And honestly answer that question, y'all. Because sometimes the answer is no, and that's okay. That's okay, because that's why y'all here today. Y'all here to learn the proper way of doing this. Okay? That's why we are here on a Saturday. So that's step number one. Step number two is then brainstorming 3 to 5 names and then sharing it with at least 10 people, friends or family members, right? And letting them vote on the name. Okay? So once you have the name, and again, the name is going to be representing the word that's going to describe your store, or the word that's going to describe how you want people to feel when they leave your store. You had the vote, right? So you put it out there, you put the name out there, which that's going to be scary for some of y'all, because some of y'all don't like to share, and you're very shy, and you're very conscious, and you don't want people to steal your ideas and all that. I don't want any of that mindset stuff, right, y'all? We are going to share what we're doing very proudly and very boldly to the world, really, right? Because these are your future customers. So let them cast the vote on what the name should be. Let them cast the vote, even if you don't get to 10 people, even if you don't get to 10 people, right? Let the community cast the vote for the name, okay? So once you have the name, you're going to search your state's business registry. You're going to check the domain. So if it's Roots Beauty Supply, you're going to search your state's website, your state.gov for the name to make sure that the name is not taken, right? Then you're going to go to GoDaddy.com or wherever, you can go to any domain website. I use GoDaddy. Okay, so you can use GoDaddy.com to check the domain that no one has rootsbeautysupply.com, for example. Then you're going to check Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all the places to make sure that it's available. This is very, very important because, and I'm going to probably share this in the next session, but like, people buy website domains to make money, right? They buy catchy websites because it's actually like a hustle, because they're going to sell it to someone who really needs the domain, right? So somebody could buy Roots Beauty Supply. It actually happened to me. This is a true story. There's someone that had fabulousfreddies.com. So when I went to start my online website, and again, I did it wrong. This is why I'm telling y'all to do this now. It was already taken. And the guy wanted $3,000 for fabulousfreddies.com. Now, if anybody knows anything about buying a website, websites are a couple of dollars, no more than 10. This guy was selling it for $3,000, but it was my name. So anyone would say, if they had the money, right? I'll pay $3,000 because I want my website. Because when customers go to fabulousfreddies.com, what they were seeing was porn. The guy had porn on there. It was disgusting, right? It was so gross. It was so gross. I remember like it was yesterday. It just, even sharing the story triggers me. And so I didn't have that $3,000 to pay him for my website. And so I had to use a long, ridiculous website. It was FF, right? Beautysupply.com. That was what was available. It was so long and ridiculous. I hated it. But I had to wait like 3 years for this guy to forget to re-register the website, right? Because every single year you have to like re-register or whatever. And like literally, once he forgot about it, because I was checking it all the time. I was checking it all the time, waiting for my opportunity to buy my website. And like, it was like years. And then I was able to get my domain and get fabulousfreddies.com. And so I say all that to say, as soon as you have the name, guys, you want to get the domain and get the Instagram and get all the things, even if you're not posting, right? Even if you don't put up the website, you need to get it so someone else don't go and get it, right? Because once they have it, they're going to ask you for a lot of money for it, and it's going to be crazy, okay? And then the last piece is that you want to protect it. So you want to file for the trademark. And we're going to go through that in detail once I go through like the legal portion in the next session, but you want to be able to protect your website and all the things immediately once you have it. Okay. All right. So this is our execution portion for this session, guys. The first thing that you're going to want to do in your notebooks or in the workbooks that you have, if you're in VIP, is you want to write your mission and vision statements. Okay. You're going to write your vision and mission statements. The second thing that you're going to want to do is write a full paragraph detailing your customer avatar. Who is she? How much money does she make? Where does she work? How does she wear her hair? All the things. Lots of detail, right? The more detail, the better. You're going to identify your one word, right? That one word that's going to define your entire brand. And then you're going to brainstorm 3 to 5 names for your beauty supply store. Okay. And so today, guys, like, first of all, let's give ourselves a round of applause because we are halfway through. And at this point, we now have a solid brand, right? We have our business model in place. We have a brand that we have that's going to be in place, right? We are defining our brand identity. We're naming our store. So literally, this store is in the making, okay? This store is in the making, and we want to help you go all the way, okay? And so for you guys who are ready to take the next step, right? If you're someone who has been on here and a few of you have already said, like, we want to know what that next step looks like. We want to continue this party. We want to continue working. I know I want to open a beauty supply store. Like I mentioned before, guys, we have several options for you to continue to work with us, right? We have a brand new membership, very beginner level, that's available for you guys today. And then for those of you who are like, I'm more into the done for you, do it with a team, I want y'all to like do the heavy lifting for me. We have our store launch programs. These are the programs that most of our clients that you have seen in my slides, they haven't invested in at a higher level because they want high results, right? And so we meet you where you are in this program. And so if that is you, I want to invite you into our Zoom breakout room with Daniela. We are going to go to lunch right now. So we're going to have a 30-minute break, right? Because we are halfway through our workshop. So we're going to have a 30-minute break. We're going to come back at 2:30. But right now, Daniela is going to be in our breakout room, and she's going to talk to you guys about which program is going to fit your needs best. We have different funding opportunities available as well. So we're going to talk about how the funding works, how you get started. And so whatever questions you have, guys, she is going to answer those questions for you. Here's a video I want to share with you guys from one of our customers.
Hi, y'all. How are you? As Miss Janice said, my name is Keisha Woodruff. I am the proud owner of the Beauty Know-How Beauty Supply Store found here in Tampa, Texas. I just want to come here and just let y'all know and just give you just a snippet of how Janice has been instrumental in my path, instrumental on my path to today opening a physical brick and mortar beauty supply store. I started following her 10 years ago because 15 years ago was lit up on my heart to open this beauty supply store. And, you know, thinking about how I was going to do it, I followed Janice for all these years. When she opened her store, I remember her doing a lot of YouTubes. I remember her doing her inventory. She did her employees and how she handled those things. And I've been following her for all these years. And then there's sometimes I would stop following it. I was like, maybe it's not for me. And then I would pick it up. But we are here now.
Yes, yes, yes. And so y'all, this is your moment because literally your store is closer than you think, right? And so at this point, like I said, we have built up the frameworks, we have built up our customers, we've built up our mission, we've built up our name. And so the next conversation is for you to join us in our breakout rooms. So I'm going to open that for you guys right now so that you can have a conversation with Daniela, and she can kind of walk you guys through what it's going to look like to lock arms with us and literally get your store going. Okay. So we're gonna have the breakout rooms right now. Okay, we're gonna have the breakout rooms right now, and we're going to have our lunch break. So this is gonna be a longer break because I need to eat. I'm starving. Okay, and we're gonna come back here at 2:30, and we're gonna get into our sessions. So right now we're gonna open up the breakout rooms for you guys to have a conversation with Daniela. So that room is open now, so you guys can go and join Daniela into the breakout room. If you have questions and you want to go to the next level with us, because I'm going to drop the specific details at the end of our sessions. We have an exclusive deal for you guys today as well. It's a crazy deal if you ask me. So it should be a no-brainer, okay, for y'all, right? So Daniela's there to answer the questions, like I said. So any questions that you have about anything, right? You want to meet Daniela into the breakout rooms right now. All right, guys. So we're going to take our lunch break, and I'll see you guys back here at 2:30 sharp Eastern time.
You should know. I wanna make sure I'm right. Oh, yeah. Now we had a good time that we can say. Hurting each other. Boy, it's the same. I won't be foolish. No. I wanna know. I wanna make sure I'm right. Boy, you know, I think that sun rises and shines on you. You know, there's nothing, nothing I would not do. Oh, before I let you go. Right before I wait, like bandanas, I say it's champagne. I did the damn thing. Did Diana singing and dancing all in the rain. Up and down, bring it up, step on, step on, step on, step on, get on, so then you step, back the right, step to left, work the middle to the right. Y'all awake?
We share, woohoo.
Just like
Y'all here?
these are packed tidy.
We about to get started in just a few minutes. Who's excited to get started today? Anybody excited to get started?
I am. I think it'll be very nominal and like life changing.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. It's definitely going to be life changing.
Somebody said she made stomach doesn't feel in my direction. I go the other. Start to stutter when I speak. Try to stand, but my knees go. What's happening to me in the dark? Can you tell me what it means? Lay my head on the pillow, staring out the window. Should I stop for a sign? The reason
Do anybody have their beauty supply store name picked out? Let's talk, you guys, until Janice get on here. I want to hear the name of your store.
I want mine to be Urban Lux, and then like the hair salon to be like Urban Tops. So kind of
Okay,
different. Mm-hmm.
I like that. I like that. I like that. And do you have your LLC yet, Jaleesa?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Great, great. Who else want to share the name of their store?
Uh, did you hear me? I don't know. I think you're muted. Yes, my name of my store is University Beauty.
Okay, I like that. University Beauty. And where's that store gonna be located?
It's about an hour outside of St. Louis in my college town. I'm actually an alumni of the college town that it'll be in. So that's kind of like the root of it. I started in college and just I wanted to also be an educational hub for the area. I wouldn't say it's rural, but it's a traditional college town.
Oh, that's amazing. You're gonna
Yeah.
make a lot of money in a college town.
Yeah, and I braid hair, so I already have the clientele from the community pretty much.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Who else want to share their name? What about grand opening date? What is your grand opening date? What day do you want to cut that ribbon while your friends and family is there standing by your side and the community is there to support you? What date do you have in mind? Have y'all thought about it yet?
Think I've envisioned it yet. I didn't get that far in my head. Like you said, we're trying to get, like we said, get to that funding part. I feel like once I get the money, then we're like, okay, boom, timeline.
You know what, Jaleesa, I would say, this is what I would tell you. I would tell you, you need to actually put the date on paper today. That's the faith move. We were talking about having faith over fear and not waiting until everything comes together to actually see it happening. Because if you put the date down on paper, that's even much harder you're going to work to execute and make that happen in that time frame. 6 months to a year. Pick any date that you feel like, okay, I want to cut my ribbon this date, and that'll help hold you accountable to that too. Even if you don't hit that date, as close as you can get to that grand opening date, it's gonna make you feel so much better. I promise you.
Okay, I'll put some thought into that then.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Janice is coming back on right now.
Okay, y'all, it is 3 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my drop top. We're about to get our party started on today. So we're going to jump right on into our next session. And as more people get into the Zoom room, just let them know we've already started the session. And obviously you guys are gonna have the replays and all that stuff as well. So but how are we feeling so far? How are we feeling? Someone unmute and let me know how you guys are feeling about opening a store so far with the information taught to you today. Does it feel more tangible or more distant?
It feels like it's not.
Go ahead.
I feel like it's more It gets more and more tangible because, like, when a lot of what they say is like when you actually write it down, look at it, look at the numbers, and see and look at the rules and stuff and what you need to do. It's a lot better than just having a vague idea of I want to open up a store. It's like okay, and that's where you leave it.
Awesome. That's good. Who else said something? Feel like someone else has something they had.
I was gonna say I just feel like so far it's just kind of clearing out the fog of it. Like, you know, you have the vision and
Yes.
it's pretty much those things that like I feel like you went over some things that probably was in the air but didn't know I need to touch on or think about. So like clearly, especially before opening, to clear some of that up as far as like your vision, seeing it all on a whiteboard and answering those small but important questions. They seem minute, like the colors and the logo, but it's very much things that, okay, let's handle this, and because the bigger things are going to start to roll in.
Awesome. Who else wants to share something real quick? I feel like I haven't heard from a few people that I would love to hear from. Caroline, I see Ebony's on. Belize Moore, Florette. I feel like Florette is new. I haven't seen a Florette. Is Florette new, Daniela? I haven't seen a Florette. She might be new.
She is. She is. She spoke to
Okay.
me in the breakout room though, so she working and listening right now.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Diddy's on. Diddy, can you unmute? We have Diddy on. I feel like he's like an honorary male here in the room with us. I don't know. Do we have any other men on, or is Diddy the only one that's gonna represent the men? Come on, unmute Diddy, represent the men.
Oh yes. Hi
Oh,
Janice. Hi
yes.
everybody.
That's my guy right there.
Hey, Diddy.
Hi Daniel.
How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you, Janice, for making this happen. I'm very happy, to be here and to hear all the things you just shared today. It's very amazing, and I just want to let you know, Florette, she's my wife.
Oh, okay. Florence the wife. Okay, okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah. So we are here to hear more, and then I think this time, it's happened. This is
Yes.
the time. This is the time. Yeah.
Oh, there's our sister Florette. She's like coming
Mm,
on camera.
yeah.
Okay, well, it's good to see you, Diddy. We'll hear you. It's good to hear from you.
Thank
And I'm
you.
glad you're here to represent the men in the industry.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's get started, y'all. Thanks everyone for sharing some feedback for me. We're gonna get started right now. And to our fourth session. We are almost at the finish line. And so I definitely want y'all to stay locked in because I said I got something for y'all at the end of this. I got exclusive deals for y'all to join our programs, and there's programs for everybody. So everybody has a place to join. And we have some special promotions too that we're sharing just for the people that's on this live today that we will not be sharing anywhere else. Okay. So y'all definitely want to stay all the way to the end. And then, of course, Danielle is going to be available in the break room. So if you have questions, you can always DM her in the chat and she'll, answer your questions, of course. All right. So let's jump into our session 4, which is all about setting up your beauty supply store properly. This is a big one, y'all, because a lot of us don't properly set up our businesses. We don't set up our legal structure properly, and we can get into a lot of trouble. I know I did. Not setting things up properly. Okay, so it's really important that you do not skip this part. Okay, the setup part is very, very important. And I tell people all the time, you literally do not need to wait to do this part. A lot of times people feel like they need to wait to do this part. You don't need to wait to do this part. Okay. Everything that I'm going to be sharing and teaching you in this session, you could do immediately. Okay. And another thing that I want to share about making sure that you are set up properly and that you have the proper legal structure is this is a reason why a lot of Black-owned businesses fail because they didn't have the proper legal structure. Someone came and slipped and fell in your business establishment or something happened and you were sued and literally lost everything. Okay, so we're going to go through 6 steps, simple steps to legalize your store and to set yourself up so that you can be literally in business today. Okay, so I'm going to go through each step in detail. Okay, so definitely take some notes, but if you also want to go and do this live, right, I suggest you go and do it live, because what I'm going to show you guys is going to take 2 seconds for you to set up on your own. Okay, so step one is setting up the business entity. So this is the foundation of everything. Like I said, if someone slips and falls or something happens, you don't want to be liable personally. So that's why you need to have and choose the right structure for your business before you do pretty much anything else. Okay. So the 4 options that we've probably heard about is the LLC, which is the most popular. This is what most people do. This is recommended, right? By the way, let me just say this. I'm not a lawyer nor accountant, right? So you also want to consult a lawyer and accountant to make sure that this is right for your state. Another option is the S Corp. This is good for higher earning businesses because you're able to pay yourself a salary and reduce self-employment tax. This is what I do for my business currently. And in New York, this is what most New Yorkers do. But of course, you want to make sure that you're looking at your particular state to see which one makes the most sense. And in most states, it is going to be the LLC. Then you have the DBA, which is not a legal entity at all. And this is what most people do. They just start doing business. They don't have the legal structure. And this is where you can lose a lot of money by doing a DBA. Okay. Another option is partnership. So if you have more than one owner and you want to share the profits, the liability and losses, you can do a partnership. This is going to require a formal partnership agreement. Now, let me say something about partnerships real quick, because most of you don't want to do this by yourself, and I get it. However, I have seen, I want to say most partnerships fall out, like that were friends or, you know, acquaintances or whatever. For some reason, partnerships people fall out, and it's a lot to undo a business, undo a partnership. It's like a divorce. And so you want to think very carefully about partnering with people. Okay. I'm just going to caution you that you want to get everything in writing if you want to do a partnership with someone. Okay. You can also have an LLC or an S Corp with multiple owners, right? So you don't have to do the partnership if you have more than one owner. You can do an LLC and have more than one owner. But anyway, going back to my original point, you just want to make sure that if you are doing a partnership or you're inviting people into your business, that you have a formal agreement in place, right? You have an operating agreement if it's an LLC. And this is going to break down the responsibilities, the roles and responsibilities for everyone involved. Like I said, I've seen a lot of partnerships come in and then they just don't last for whatever reason. I don't know why, but they don't last. I want to say a good 70% of them don't last. And the ones that do last, they're like married, and that's why they last. But the other ones who are like friends or acquaintances or whatever, they don't last. I don't know why. But I think when you are very clear on everyone's roles and responsibilities in the very beginning, because there's always going to be someone who's going to be doing more of the legwork, I would say, more of the showing up, more of the physical labor part of it. And then there might be someone who's more of the money person. Maybe they're just investing and they're putting more of the money in, and maybe they don't have the time to actually do the business, right? Whatever the case may be, you just want to make sure that you document what the roles and responsibilities are going to be so that you don't have issues later on with people in the business and you feel like they're not showing up or they're not doing their part. Because I feel like that's the reason why a lot of the partnerships fail, is because there were unmet expectations. Okay. So I will caution you on that. Just have everything in writing, have the exit strategy in writing. Also, you know, if someone decides like, I don't want to do this anymore, what is that going to look like? Are you going to have to buy them out? What is that going to look like? You know, just figure it out and try to figure out the exit strategy in the beginning. All worst case scenarios need to be put on the table in the very beginning. Okay, all worst case scenarios, if I move, if I get pregnant, if I get married, whatever it is, how do we dissolve this business without us losing our money? Okay, because I have seen it happen time and time and time again. And so what I will say, and I'll wrap this up here, is that if you have someone who wants to invest, right? You don't necessarily have to invite that person into your business as an owner or as a partner. You could simply treat them like a bank. You know, they could just loan you money and you repay them with X amount, percentage, whatever the case may be. You don't always have to automatically feel like people have to have ownership in your business in order for them to invest. You can draft a loan agreement with whatever percentage you think is necessary or whatever percentage they want, whatever the case is, and they are an investor. That's it. They're not a part of the business. So in that case, if whatever happens, they, want to do something else with their life, like that's fine. The business is not going to be disrupted. But again, if you have partnerships or you have more than one owner and someone wants to, bow out of the business, you're going to have to figure out how you're going to buy them out. How you're going to do things without this person. And I just don't want that for y'all. Okay. So I just caution that. I just put that out there because I'm just telling y'all the facts of what I've seen on that same theory. I'm telling you what I've seen from my previous clients. Okay. So this is the 4 business entity types that you want to choose for your store. Okay. Like I said, the LLC is the recommended choice because it is going to protect your personal assets. And that's the most important thing, right? You also have flexibility with taxes. It's simple to manage, right? You have the operating agreement that you create, and it literally takes, I say only an hour, but it takes like no more than 20 minutes for you to create on your government's website, your state government's website. Okay. And so, like I mentioned in the previous session, right? You want to do a name search. And once you do your name search and it's not taken, you can go ahead and start your LLC. Okay. So I want to list a few benefits for the LLC. Again, the main thing is that it's going to protect your personal assets so that if you get sued or you go into debt, right, they cannot come after your home or your car or anything personal, right? Everything is under the business. And let me tell you something, people will sue your beauty supply store. As a Black-owned business, people will try to sue for whatever reason. It's crazy, but it happens. So you want to make sure that you have that structure there. Okay. The tax flexibility is also a great reason to have the LLC, right? Because you don't want to pay Uncle Sam all of your little coins. Okay. So once you find a good accountant, right, and a good attorney, they will help you save on your taxes, right? And then one thing about the accountants too that I want to mention, guys, when you go ahead and get your accountant, make sure this is a retail accountant, not the person that does your personal, tax returns. You want to go ahead and find you a retail accountant to do your stuff. The other thing that I mentioned before, like it's a simple structure, right? I have done the S Corp and there's a board of directors there. It's a little bit more formal. The LLC is simple to file and it's simple to keep the documentation and the records, right? So to me, it's like the main choice for most of you guys. It also is going to help you build your business credit profile, right? Again, it creates that separation from your personal credit so that you can be able to secure funding for your beauty supply store via, lines of credit, loans, all the things. Okay, so funding is a big piece of you being able to get to your beauty supply store. And the first thing that you want to do in order to get the funding is have the LLC set up. That's literally usually the minimum requirement. So definitely set that up. And then again, it is affordable, right? So like I said, when you go to your state secretary website, you can get it done in like 20 minutes. When you're doing your LLC, is going to ask you for the person that's going to be over the business. like the management person, like you can put yourself or you can put a company on there. If you do it through like Legal Zoom or Legal Shield, one of those places, they give you options to be able to handle that for you. There's always going to be a fee to that. So, I mean, you could just put yourself for now. That's what I did. So it's really not a big deal. Okay, so then once that's done, you want to then get your trademark for your store name and logo because those are your business assets. Okay, and so you just don't want someone to be able to take your stuff from you. That's just the whole thing about protecting your business. Now, this is not something that you have to do immediately, is what I would say, but eventually, especially if you plan to do private label products, right, for your business, you want to make sure that you have a trademark. I have a trademark for my business, y'all, and people still copy and paste my stuff. It's all over the internet. And I have a trademark. So this is going to give you the opportunity for you to send a cease and desist letter to someone who's trying to copy your stuff, copy your logo, take your trademarks, take your trade lines and things of that nature. So you want to be able to send those letters out because you have that trademark. Okay. So in short, right, this is your slogan. So in short, this is going to protect your business name, your logo, your slogan, because these things are valuable, right? Like I said, when I had my Fabulous Freddy's business, someone had the website and they was charging like $3,000 to get it. So you just want to be able to stop competitors from using your stuff in a frivolous way. And then you can go to uspto.gov to search that name. All right. After that, you want to apply for your business EIN, which is your employer identification number. This is your business social security number. This is issued by the IRS. It takes 10 minutes to do this. It's very, very short, takes 10 minutes, but you have to do the LLC process in order to do this process. So you cannot do it the other way around. And it is completely free. But you cannot open your business bank accounts without this. So if you go to the IRS.gov website, you can get that done today so that you can go to the next step, which is getting your business bank account. Okay. So here are the 4 reasons why getting your EIN is non-negotiable. So the first thing, like I said, you need to have this in order to get your business bank accounts. Most of these banks, right, they're going to require the EIN for business checking or savings. Okay. In order to hire people, you are going to need an EIN to process your payroll and to file employment taxes. Okay. And like I said before, the EIN is going to keep your business and personal taxes separate, right? This is going to be what your accountant is going to need for bookkeeping purposes. And then if you want to apply for loans, once again, loans, credit cards, all that stuff, they're going to require your EIN, right? And this is really important because you want to start to build up your business credit. And your EIN is the key to do that. Okay, so you want to start to like buy your inventory and all of that stuff, website, pay for all that stuff using your EIN number. Okay, that's how you start to build your business credit. Okay, once you have your EIN number, you are going to get your reseller certificate. Now, what is your reseller certificate? This is your ability as a retailer to buy inventory at a wholesale price, tax-free, okay? Without this, you will have to pay that sales tax every time you buy inventory. So we call this the reseller certificate or the wholesaler's license, right? It's the same term. People use it interchangeably, but it's a reseller certificate, wholesale license. This is what you need as a retailer, okay? You will not be able to go into these wholesalers, companies, or go to these distributors without having this. They literally ask for it at the door. If you go to a cash and carry spot, like most of them here out in Manhattan, they're going to ask you for your reseller certificate at the front door. So you're going to need this. Not every state requires this for you to open, though. Like Some states like Texas, they don't require this certificate. Here in New York, they do. Okay. Here are a few reasons why you need to make sure that, number one, you do your research for your state, but also this is with our vendors, right? Most beauty supply distributors will not open your account without a valid reseller certificate, right? Most of them, okay? Every state handles this differently. Like I said, some call it sales tax ID, some call it seller's permit. You need to go to your state's department website to make sure you figure out what that name is, because every state is going to be different. But this is going to save you money because now you're not going to be buying things and paying for that sales tax. You're going to be able to also pay for things at a wholesale cost. Okay. And this, my friends, is usually free. So your reseller certificate, you don't have to pay for this, or if you do have to pay for it in your state, it's usually a very, very small processing fee. All right, let's move to 5, which is obtaining your business assets. Okay, now this is really important because these are the assets that's going to make you look like a legit business. Okay, so getting your banking in place, getting your website domain, your emails, your social media handles, right? These are all of your professional assets that you want to start building now. Okay, first one, like I mentioned before, is going to be opening your business checking account, so that you are no longer commingling funds. That is a huge red flag for accountants. It's when you are commingling funds between your personal and the business. Once you have your business account set up, you want to make sure that whatever like funds that you have in your personal account that you want to put towards the business, that you write some type of documentation or loan to yourself, that you are going to be loaning yourself, this type of money towards your LLC for building your beauty supply. And then you go ahead and deposit that money into your checking account. But you want to just make sure that that is documented, that initial deposit that you're going to be using from whatever source, that's written and it's documented. Okay. Again, this is going to make your life much easier when you do things the right way. Okay. Also, what I will mention is when you do have your beauty supply store and you are, in business and you're making money, there are 5 different accounts that you're going to need, not just one. But for right now, right, you guys just need to focus on doing your one checking account. But when you open your store, and I will teach you guys this, you're going to need a separate checking account for your inventory, a separate one for payroll, separate one for all of your operational costs, right? All of your overhead, separate one for taxes. Right? You're going to need all these separate accounts, but we will cross that bridge when we get there. Second business asset you're going to need is going to be your business email and your website. Like I mentioned, yourstorename.com should be registered today before you are open. Okay. Because again, this is a hustle, guys. This is like people make money off of these websites. And so whatever your website name is, you want to pair it with the business email, info@yourstorename.com. You do not want to use Gmail. You do not want to use Outlook. You do not want to use Yahoo. Your business email should look like a business. So like I said, you guys can go to GoDaddy.com. That's the website I use for all of my domains. You can go to Namecheap.com or Google Domains, and it takes less than 5 minutes for you to get your website in your email today. But again, this is something that you don't need to wait on. You can, like all these things I'm telling you guys, you can literally execute today. Okay. The third asset is your virtual address, right? So you don't want to use your home address right now. A virtual address is going to make your business look like a business, like I said, professional for the banks, especially the banks and vendors, but mostly the banks, right? If I'm being honest. So you can use Regus, REGUS, to purchase a virtual address. You can use iPostal One, right, for a virtual address. I did the mistake of having my home address in the very beginning because I just wanted to get my stuff. But when you do that, guys, your home address is going to be listed on the internet. And I'm sure you don't want people knowing where you live. right? So to protect your privacy, you want to go ahead and invest in a virtual address. Okay, so it's protecting your privacy and also maintaining professionalism. Okay. And then number 4, your social media handles. So it's just as important as getting your domain name. You want to get your @store name on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, even if you are not ready to post. Okay, because these handles will get taken very fast. Someone else will take it, and then it's gone forever. You will have to pay that person to get it back. Okay, so you need to make sure that you go on all these platforms today and you secure your handles. You can always post tomorrow. Check all the platforms for your name. And then step 6, right, is setting up your payment processors, right? You need to make sure that you're able to get paid, right? And get paid in a professional way. So like no Cash App and nothing like that, right? So I have 3 options down here for you guys. You can use PayPal, you can use Shopify, you can use Stripe. When you have your store, you are going to get a POS system, and then you won't really need to worry about this. But for now, you can go ahead and get PayPal. You can go ahead and get in Stripe, right? But PayPal is very, very popular. So like PayPal would be my number 1. PayPal is going to give you a little Stripe reader so that you can take credit cards from your phone, like you connect it to your phone or your iPad, you can swipe. And it's super simple. And they're very fast and everyone uses them. Shopify, same thing. If you want to set up Shopify POS for your store, you can do that as well. Stripe's also really good. I literally use all of them. So one thing I want you guys to think about is your point of sale system. I dropped in my favorite on the bottom: Square, Lightspeed, Shopify, and Clover. These are what my clients use. My number 1 is Lightspeed, because Lightspeed, and you're going to hear me talk about this in the program when you guys join. Lightspeed has some of the best tech. Lightspeed has a lot of AI. You know, we're moving in an AI tech space right now. And so you want to have the fastest store, right? You want automations and things to happen very fast. I like Lightspeed. Okay. But back to what we're talking about. You want to have a payment processor. Here's the other reason why you want to have a payment processor. Because when you guys are getting started and you're going to start out small, right? You're going to go to the cash and carry spots. I'm going to explain that later. You're going to go to cash and carry spots. You're going to get like $500 worth of stuff, and you're going to start selling, you know, out of your car, out of your house. You're going to start doing online and delivery, and you're going to start collaborating with hairstylists and barbers, and you're going to start selling immediately. Right? So you have all of these things in place. You have your LLC, you have your EIN, you have your bank accounts, right? You need to start showing some transactions, because what the banks are going to want to see is that you have transactions, right? You've been doing this, most of them, right? And so this is what you're going to start doing. You're going to set up that PayPal or that Shopify or Stripe, and you're just going to start selling. And you can sell your mom, your sister, your aunties, you know, whoever, people at your church. You just want to start showing that you are in business, okay? Because here's the thing, right? When it comes to all of these boxes that I'm talking to you guys about, it takes all of one day to set up everything that I just mentioned. Like all 6 steps. One day. You can do all this in one day, one sitting, 1 hour, to be honest, right? But when you don't have the proper setup, it could cost you $50,000 plus in legal fees and court, not having these things in place. I have one client who had like vending machine business, like eyelashes. And she was in the process of setting up her storefront, and someone had sent her a letter because she had the same name. And she had to literally change the name of the business completely. Now, had she had set up her storefront, you know, paid $6,000 to $10,000 for that storefront sign, all the marketing materials, t-shirts, all the things to change the name, that would have cost tens of thousands of dollars. Right? So this is why it's really important to make sure you do the research on the names and all the things, and then make sure you are protected. Like make sure you have the trademarks for everything in your business. And so this is what that checklist looks like, guys. If you have the book, you'll have this in your book, but you want to make sure that you go through this list and that you check every box, because once you are done, right? Number 12, you don't have to worry about, but once you are done, you're officially in business, right? You could literally tell the world that this beauty supply store is coming to a neighborhood near you. And there's no more planning to start. There's no more waiting until things are perfect. I feel like someone said that today, right? You have the legal structure, you have the name, you have the EIN, you have the bank account, you have there's no need to wait anymore, right? You are ready for the next step. And so here is what it looks like to execute on this, right? We went through these steps. You're going to form your LLC today. You're going to apply for your EIN. You're going to search your name, right? uspto.gov. You're going to apply for your reseller certificate through your state's website. And then you're going to open your bank accounts and your payment processor. Okay, and then this is going to wrap up all the things that you need to legally structure your business in the right way, okay? So in a second, we are going to take a little 5-minute break before our very, very last session. And you guys, you definitely want to be in the room for that last session, because I will drop our opportunities to go to the next level with us. So that's what we're all here for. And just know that, guys, you are literally one decision away from your store, okay? Because right now you know how to set up everything properly, and we've gone through all of these sessions. So we're going to set up right now. I'm going to play this quick video for you, and we'll start.
What is, if someone was to ask us about Janice, what is working with them to start up a beauty supply store, we would tell you, go ahead. That's what would be the best option that you can get at this time, because there's no companies out there that's going to give you the results that we came up with, and also put that personal feeling into it to help you succeed, as such as it was her business. So that experience brought us that you can feel that just the vibe that she gives to help us make our store the way we want to design, not just because other stores it's like that. So that was one of the best reasons we choose to go with Janice as well. And I would say trust. I just feel like when you're dealing with a company and you hundreds of miles away and you paying your money, you want to feel like you can trust these people. So I just feel like, when we put that money in Janice's hands for her to consult for us, I just felt like we could really trust her. So, I advise anybody when you making a business deal like that, you want to be able to trust the person, you're giving that money to.
All right, so we're going to open up the breakout rooms real quick, and we're going to take a very, very short break this time, because we are actually running behind time a little bit. We are running behind time. So we're going to literally take like a quick 2-minute break. If you guys have questions, you can go ahead and meet Daniela in the breakout room. So I'm going to open them right now. And then we're going to literally hop right into our last session for today in literally 2 minutes.
Any questions? Any questions? We can actually stay right here because I don't see the break room is open, but I'll take your questions right here. How are y'all feeling? Diddy, I'm so happy you and your wife is on. So happy you and your wife is on. Diddy, you are in Hawaii, right?
No, California. San Francisco.
California. Okay. I don't know why I thought you was in Hawaii. Okay. Awesome. Any questions, you guys? It's a lot of information. That's why a lot of people do hire mentors because it is a lot of work. Getting your beauty supply store open, but it's definitely worth it. Just one moment here. You got the question, Diddy?
Yes, Daniel.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, just a good question. Is possibility to change or to switch like a form or partnership to LLC? Because
Is
we do
it
have a partnership, me and my wife. So is it possible to change to switch to LLC?
absolutely?
Oh, okay.
Yep, you can.
Okay.
Yep,
Great. Thank you.
you're welcome. Anybody else? Who's creating their LLC today? Who is going to create their LLC today?
Jaleesa has a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I did my LLC through like a registered agent in our area because they provided the like the address and telephone number and email and all of that in the I guess package. Would that be an issue?
No,
Okay.
nope, that's not gonna be an issue. Okay, Maisha, you're gonna do your LLC today, okay? Okay, that's awesome, that's awesome. Justine, I see you are you just now getting on? Yes, there will be more sessions. I'm glad you're in though, because you came right in time. You're not too late. You're not too late. There will be a replay sent out as well. And where your store gonna be at, Justine? I feel like we spoke already. I do, I remember your name. Where are you opening up your store at, Justine? You can unmute too if it's too much to text. You can unmute and just tell me where your store is gonna be at. Okay, she said, hopefully in Eastern North Carolina. Let's see, let's give me 1 second here. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, you are in the UK. Not working. Are you saying you're in the UK or? I don't know why your message is halfway showing. Okay, I like that idea. Holistic beauty supply store. Okay. Okay, down south North Carolina can definitely use another Black-owned store. When are you looking to open your store, Justine? These sort of the questions I ask everybody, so everybody already answered some of these questions I've asked you. I noticed that you came in a little bit later, so I want to know, when are you looking to open up your store? Right, in the next year for sure. Okay, that's good. That's good timing. That means you got to start right now. You got to start right now. Yeah, that's a real good time frame. Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations on that. That's a great accomplishment. And we do actually have programs designed just for you that you can move at like a slower pace, still like working on your beauty supply store while life is still going on without breaking the bank and just having the process get started at least. We do have programs for that. Yeah, I'm excited for you as well. So y'all, we're waiting on the retail genius to come back. I'm just going to, if anybody else have any other questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. I'm so excited for you guys. And thank you guys so much for showing up and staying towards the end. Like I said, you guys are going to be blown away at the offers that is going to come forth today by the retail genius. She really put her heart into this whole webinar, and she wanted to literally just leave y'all with something to take. And so I hope you guys are ready to secure your spots and start working with our team. And get your beauty supply stores open. We are moving from fear to faith in this season. Maisha said business insurance, is this easy to get? Yes, absolutely. Business insurance is easy to get. Yeah, business insurance is easy to get. And so, like I was telling you guys that came to the breakout room, the biggest step in this process is just having faith that it's all going to work out. Don't worry about having it all together. Don't worry about having all the funds. Don't worry about having perfect credit. We're going to work towards those things. And so, yeah, so you guys get excited. I want you guys excited. I want you guys, I want you to just place your hand on your heart because you should be proud of yourself for showing up and investing. You invested some hours today. How important is building my business credit with my business? Justine, it's very important. Building your business, you definitely want to build your business credit. You definitely want to have funds in your business account. But if you don't have business credit and if you don't have funds in your business account, that's not going to stop you. But you guys all should be proud of yourself for showing up and investing time into becoming better, time into opening something that you don't even see possible. I just want you guys to place your hand on your and just be so proud of yourself for showing up and staying to the end and receiving all this knowledge. I've seen you guys taking notes. You guys are listening. Some of you guys are working while you're listening. And I'm very proud of you. Very proud of you. You know, some people be scared. They won't even sign up for the webinar and they have these dreams. And you know what happened is most people end up dying with these magnificent dreams and they die without leaving their family generational wealth. And it's like, all you had to really do was show up and execute. And that's just how easy it is. That's how easy it is, just showing up like you guys did today. Now you guys, you're going to get off this webinar and leave with more than the next person, only because you showed up. But I want some more questions. Y'all quiet. Why y'all so quiet? Ebony, where you at? Miss Smith?
I have a question.
Y'all quiet.
I do have a question.
Okay.
What would ideally one's portfolio will look like in order to open up in the next, what I say, like 60 days? Like, what is ideal as a client? Because I feel like I have a location. I'm actually prepared to sign my lease. But other than that, beyond that layer, what would need to be in play in order to get the funding and structure? I have LLC in like the next 60 days. Like, is that realistic or should I still stretch out the 6 month to a year mindset?
Oh, no, it's very realistic, especially if you're going to be in a program, because we're going to, you know, make sure that business plan is in place for you. We're going to submit to the SBA for you. We're going to help you get the funding. It's 100% doable. I think you have the perfect profile to get started. You about to sign your lease. You already got some stuff in place. Now it's just plug and play for you.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm proud of you. And how big did you say your space was, Miss Smith? You told me earlier, but I forgot.
The space is so it will have it's two spaces put together. Both spaces are 700, so 14 total, but 1,400 square feet.
Okay.
But I would say half of that, there's like in that space, there's like 4 rooms along the side that are that are split off into suites. So I have 4 suites in the space as well. So I would say 1,000 square feet for the actual store, the actual beauty supply.
Okay, cool. I like that. That's a big enough space to get started.
Yeah, I didn't want to overwhelm myself. I think that was kind of what was pushing me back because I found another space that was a little larger and it was kind of scaring me to not, because nobody wants to have open a beauty spot and it's not looking full. It's not looking, supply.
Yeah. Do you mind sharing, just so people just have an idea, what state and how approximately how much is your rent?
I know it's probably not a realistic number for the most of America, but it is Missouri, so it's kind of Midwest. And for that, there we bargained, and my rent will be 1,200.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's a good
Yes,
price.
so that's not it's not realistic for America, but
That's the
that's
good
why
price.
I'm kind of like I want to go ahead and sign the lease because I feel like once I sign the lease, that's going to give me the push and motivation to get everything else. So I won't keep procrastinating and pushing it off, or
Exactly.
the space could possibly be taken away from me. And this is ideally a very nice space for what I want.
Exactly. And I love that you said that because lease negotiation is one of our expertise we do in our program. Like we negotiate the lease for y'all.
Yeah,
We help you with negotiation. We know exactly what to say to the people. And that is just so very important that you say that because a lot of people, they'll say, look at a space, they'll give them a price and they'll just go with it. You
yeah.
can negotiate your lease. There's things that Janice is going to teach you about negotiating your lease.
Yeah, I had an aunt assist me with that. She good with the talking, so I let her do it. And 12 was actually 12.50, but I feel like that was still in my price range. I was thinking about 18 a month, but it's definitely doable.
Right.
Thank you.
Maisha, where you get Nave Prime from? I believe that that's not a business loan. If I think I know what you're talking about. That's just a system that shows you your overall credit profile, business credit profile. Mhm. Yes, I do believe Janice already spoke on inventory and some vendor information. And you will get a replay of this whole webinar in your email. She did touch on inventory though, she did. Who else have, while we're waiting on Janice to come back, who else have a
All right,
space?
guys.
Oh, there you go, okay.
We are, sorry. We are back and we are about to do our last session for today. I'm super excited to talk about funding. Funding is such a hot topic. So yeah, let's get started. I'm going to share my screen and we are going to end the party. Well, we're not going to completely end the party. If you're a part of the VIP, we have our VIP Q&A session at 7 p.m. So don't forget that from my VIP people. We're going to be doing it at 7 p.m., which is going to be my time to like coach you guys one-on-one and kind of answer your questions. So let's get into it. I want to do a quick recap actually. So let's look at how far you have come today in just one day. And I always say, like, there's a power of being in the right rooms because you can learn a lot and you can get a lot done. So just to recap, our first session, we did our foundational work with our retailers mindset. So everyone is very clear that the business that we're getting into is the retail business, right? We're clear on where we've come from with our own people and representation, the ownership gap, and now our opportunity to reclaim this industry and why it's so important, right? So that was our first session. Our second session, we broke down how to actually win in beauty supply, how to create our business models, right? And which strategy makes the most sense for the community we're in. And we also understand that there's no right or wrong answer. Okay, so it just depends on your community. And now you have the strategy to be able to make more than 250,000 a year using all the strategies that I taught you guys, right? And then our third session, we talked about building our brand and why that is so important. And why by that, building your brand by itself can literally set you apart from the competition because you're going to be building a brand that's going to be based on community initiatives and customer loyalty, right? So that's the essence of the reason why we have to build our brand. And our fourth session, our session that we had just now, we talked about making our business a business, making it official, putting a ring on it, right? So legalizing your business, building your structure, doing your EIN and all that stuff. I walked you guys through super, super, super simple. You could do it yourself in less than an hour. You will be in business. Okay. And now we are going to be talking about the funding, right? The biggest piece, right? The biggest obstacle. So we're going to be ending it on this note. And like I said, if you're a part of the VIP session, we'll be meeting back here on Zoom at 7 p.m. So that we can do some one-on-one coaching with you guys and get you guys on the right path. So let's jump into this funding conversation because it is pretty much one of the largest reasons why, number one, people don't get started, as well as a reason why if they do get started, a lot of stores fail because it is a lack of funding. There's a lack of funding. Most stores are underfunded. And they're underfunded because they just didn't understand what it took to really open a store, which is what I'm going to be sharing with you guys today. When I started my store, I had no idea what the capital looked like, right? I just was kind of doing it piece by piece. And so this is what we're going to kind of walk through today, what that looks like. I feel like there's someone in the waiting room. Daniela, if you can let the people in the waiting room. I feel like there's people in there right now. But this is what we're going to talk about. Having adequate funding is paramount, right, for your store's success, right? This is not an optional thing. It's literally the foundation that a lot of things are going to be built on. And like I said, 82% of businesses, right, which is the statistic, 82% of small businesses fail due to a lack of capital. Okay. And so the biggest question that people ask is, how much does it really cost to open a beauty supply store? And it's not a one size fits all answer. I put numbers out there so that you guys can wrap your mind around what it looks like. But when you're doing a smaller scale store, like my store was very, very small, and I was not adequately funded at all. I think I spent all of $20,000 when we first got started, and I put like another 20,000, another 20,000. So it was built brick by brick. The stores we open, like mid-sized storefronts where we're really trying to get to the return on investment as fast as possible, that could be anywhere between 50,000 and 150,000. Okay, and then we have full-scale stores that could be anywhere from 150,000 to 500,000. So it really depends on your location, your market, and your business model. And so when we look at the typical cost breakdown, you see that your initial inventory, right, on this chart right here, is going to account for more than 40% of that budget. Then you have your leasehold improvements, which is your construction of your space. That's just what it is, right? That's like the second largest expense. Then you have your fixtures and equipment. Then you have working capital. You have your licenses. You have your marketing. But I want you guys to keep your eye on making sure that you're adequately funded, as well as, how much money do you actually want to make in this business? Like if you want to make $250,000, you're going to have to put in that in the beginning, right? So you want to keep thinking and keep your return on investment in the forefront of your mind, because most people get so stuck on the initial investment. And then people get paralyzed because they're like, how do I do this? How do I, get 100,000 or 50,000 or whatever it is, right? And this is exactly why we're here today, is to show you how to get to that money, okay? The first thing you need before you ask for money is going to be that business plan. Okay, you're not going to be able to get very far if you don't have one. Maybe some lines of credit, possibly, but not a big loan. Not a big loan, okay? Because banks are not going to fund guesses, and neither do any investors. Everyone wants to see in writing that this business is going to be successful. And that's why you need a business plan, which is your roadmap. And it's your funding passport, right? Because you need to first understand how much your project is going to cost. So you need to have someone break that down for you, or you need to break it down for yourself. And you need to also show how you plan on making that money. So it doesn't just stop at the startup costs. You have to do revenue projections every single month for the first 3 years. Okay, so this is the breakdown of the business plan, right? Very simple, 5 key areas, guys. This is very, very important for you to write this down. 5 key areas. You don't have to have a 100-page business plan. Like, I thought I was going to need this long business plan. You don't need a long business plan. You just need these 5 pieces. Now, we have been able to help our clients get 1.4 million in funding. So we know what the lenders are looking for before we apply. And they're looking for these key areas. Number 1, your branding. Your number 2, your marketing plan. Number 3, your product mix. Number 4, your sources and uses of funds, right? This is your startup costs. That's just the term that the banks use. Sources and uses of funds. And then number 5, your financial projections. Okay? So let's break this down piece by piece. The first thing you want to explain is your branding. We went through this. We did a whole session on this. You want to be able to show this investor or this bank how you're going to set yourself apart from the competition. That is what they're looking for. What is so special about your store that I shall invest? Okay, so this section is going to tell the reader who you are, your mission, your vision, your why, all the things that we went through in that session. Okay, so for example, we had a client out in Henderson, Nevada called Jazzy Chick, and her store was a high-end luxury feminine vibe store in a very diverse community. So it wasn't predominantly African-American. It was actually predominantly Caucasian. So we had to show that there was going to be some diversity initiatives in her store, and it actually worked, right? She got a good mix of Caucasian clients with her African-American clients. And so this is the branding that we were able to describe in the business plan for her, okay? And so this is what you want to show in this section of your business plan. You want to be able to tell the whole story, who you serve, how you plan to serve them, all the things, okay? That is your branding. The second piece is your marketing plan, right? You need to basically show in this piece how you plan on attracting customers and making them loyal to your beauty supply store. Because like I said before, everybody is shopping somewhere for their stuff, right? So you need to figure out how you're going to steal some folk. That's what I tell people all the time. You need to figure out how you're going to steal some people. Like, how are you going to get them from shopping on Alibaba, Amazon, the Asians, the Arabs? How are you going to get them from shopping there to shopping with you? That is essentially what your marketing plan needs to cover, right? It needs to cover how you plan on marketing through social media, local outreach, right? We call that guerrilla marketing. Email, paid ads. All of my clients do paid ads, right? Your grand opening strategy. Lenders want to see that you have a plan in place for marketing. No one ever wants to see a plan and you don't have no marketing plan. Like, they never want to read a business plan that doesn't include marketing. Because if you don't have a marketing plan, you will not have customers, and you don't have customers, you don't have a store. Okay, so marketing plan is very important. So the marketing plan needs to break down the marketing strategies. The marketing strategies, like I mentioned, guys, is like how I previous sessions, we talked about social media, right? We talked about creating that email list. We talked about the text message list. All of that you want to put in this section. Next point is going to be your product mix. We talked about this as well. Your product mix is the backbone of your business. This is all the inventory you plan on carrying in the store. And so a lender wants to see category for category how much margin you are going to have with each category in your product mix, right? So we talked about this. We talked about our margins, and every category, y'all, is going to have different margins. And so you need to be able to show that in the spreadsheet, right? We have templates of this in our programs, but you need to be able to show this in some type of spreadsheet, all of the line items that you are going to have in your store that's going to make you money. They want to see how the profits are going to be generated, and they're going to go line item for line item. So it's really, really important that you're very intentional about showing why this product mix is going to make you so successful and it's going to make you so much money. This is exactly what we did with My Shade and Texture. Like I shared with you Pam's store in Tampa, Florida, where she created an entire store around the Naturalistas in her community. And then she also had her own white label products in her store with all of her oils and body scrubs and all the things, right? That also helped to raise the value of her business, because not only was she starting the retail business, but she was starting her own product line. So they want to see that, okay? The fourth point is going to be your sources and uses of funds. So again, guys, this is going to break down your budget, your startup costs for your store, right? What are you going to be using this money for? Where is this money coming from? So on this side where we have, like I said, all of the different line items that you're going to include in your budget: inventory, leasehold improvements, fixtures, working capital, marketing, right? All the things. Within each tab, again, you're going to want to create some type of spreadsheet that's going to break this down line item for line item. So they're going to see, like, for example, you're going to have inventory, right? You're going to want to break down inventory for wigs, right? Inventory for braiding hair, inventory for products. And like, you need to break this down in detail. They want to see down to the penny, right? How their money is going to be spent. And again, we have templates for all this stuff in our programs, but you are going to have to create a really good looking spreadsheet that a lender is going to look at, and they're going to be like, wow, they should be impressed by this spreadsheet, okay? And it needs to make sense. So when they're looking at inventory, okay, it's 40,000 for this. It's 50,000 for leasehold mint improvements. It's 30,000 for displays. She needs 50,000 in working capital. All of the numbers need to make sense. It can't be guesswork, because they're gonna know if the numbers don't make sense, and then you're gonna get denied. Okay, so the goal here, guys, right, while I'm like going through this in great detail, is so that you guys don't get denied when you are presenting your business plan and your financial projections. Okay, because this is exactly what they look for. Okay. So now let's get into the financial projections. Okay. So when you have your financial projections, you don't have to be over the top with the statements. Okay. You definitely need to have your sales forecast. You definitely need to have a profit and loss statement and your sources and uses of funds, which again, we already know that's our expense budget. You also need to have a break-even analysis. That's really important. I would say most lenders are going to ask to see that, but not every lender asks for that. So, but I would have it in there. Okay. We have it in our templates. So I definitely would have it in yours, because they actually want to see at what point is this store going to be profitable. Okay. Another thing is that your projections need to cover minimum 3 years. Some banks want to see 5. That's a bit much. On average, we have seen 3 years. Okay. Let me just go back to this real quick. Another thing I'm going to mention on this is when you guys are doing your sales forecast, right? So this is a breakdown of how much you believe your store is going to make. You want to break this down not only yearly, but also monthly. And then you also want to break this down by category. Okay. So let me just paint the picture for you, right? When you create your spreadsheet of this, you're going to have all of your categories on one side of your spreadsheet. And you are going to show month by month how much each category is going to make you. And then you're going to show that over 3 years. It sounds like a lot, but when you have a template of this, it's just plug and play, and we give you guys templates, so don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Okay? But this is what they are looking for. They want to go back to the numbers, and they want to be able to see, oh, she projects that wigs are going to do well in the winter, and in the summer, the curly products are going to do well. Like, they want to see that fluctuation in your sales forecast, right? They want to see that you increase in sales year over year, right? And a profit and loss statement, right? The profit and loss statement is essentially like a cash flow statement. They want to see at what point does this business become profitable? Is it 6 months? Is it 8 months? Is it a year? Right? That's a profit and loss. Your expense budget, your sources and uses of funds, like I mentioned, they want to see the breakdown dollar for dollar, how you plan on spending that money. And then your break-even analysis. Okay, so now let's talk about where this money comes from. We're going to talk about 7 ways to actually fund your beauty supply store. Okay. And a lot of times, especially as people of color, we feel like we always need to just save up all of our money to deploy into a business. I too thought that. I liquidated my entire 401k and opened my store because I just didn't know this information that I'm going to share with you guys. Okay, but with a well-prepared business plan, the funding opportunities will come that you didn't think were available. So let's talk about the first one. Our most common one is through our SBA 7A program, right? We call it the SBA 7A program, and they lend up to $5 million, right? With the SBA 7A program, a lot of times you need to have of course, your business plan, EIN, tax returns, solid credit. So we're talking about 650 credit score. Okay. You can get this loan through smaller banks and credit unions, and a lot of times they're way, way more flexible. So we use those in our program. So we have like a list of lenders that we have historically used that work with Black-owned businesses. They're called CDFIs, right? So these are smaller nonprofit organizations that lend to underserved communities, so minority communities, and they lend to minorities, Black-owned businesses, female-owned businesses, things of that nature. Veterans as well. Someone mentioned that here. Second option is microloans. So this is going to be perfect for people who don't have the best credit. So you would use microloans. They have a lot of microloans that have low interest rates. One of them is Kiva. Kiva is 0% interest, small microloan. But these loans are going to be smaller in amounts, right? So 5,000 to 50,000. But hey, you can get very far with 50,000. Okay. And also what I want you guys to imagine is that you're creating a funding roadmap. So this is actually what we do in our program is actually we create a funding roadmap. So it's like different sources to get you to where you need to go, right? So it's not all coming from like one place. It's coming from several different places, okay? Local SBDCs in your community can connect you to microloan programs as well. So you can look that up on your state gov's website. SBA.gov will also be a good source for you guys. And like I said, they're more flexible than the SBA route. So the credit requirements are more flexible if you don't have that 650. Okay. The third option is going to be investors, family, formal friends, right? We talked about partnerships before. I believe that we all have an investor or two in our circle. We just don't know who those people are. So if you don't share with people that you plan on opening a beauty supply store, no one can raise their hand and say, hey, I'm willing to invest, 5,000, 10,000, because you're keeping it to yourself. That's what I see every single time. You assume that people don't have money. And some people actually do. You just don't know it. Okay. So you need to go and share this information, right? You need to talk to people and you just need to share. And you never know who has a 401k and they would rather invest in a business than keep it in this terrible stock market. Okay. So here's what this looks like, right? These investors provide you with capital. This could be in exchange for equity, share of the profits, or just a return on their investment, like I mentioned before. Not everyone needs to have equity in your company. And so you can just go ahead and just repay this person with solid interest. And like I said, you want to get everything in writing if you go down this road, right? You want to have a formal agreement in place. You want to get an attorney to be able to draft this for you, make sure that it makes sense, make sure that it's advantageous for everybody involved, right? Because this is going to be a relationship that you're going to have for as long as your business is, alive and well. So always look into that. Fourth option, one of my favorite options, is crowdfunding. All of my clients do this. Well, your community can potentially fund a portion of your startup costs. So on average, we get about $10,000 in crowdfunding raised, right? And so this is, I hate to say GoFundMe because GoFundMe is very, very different, but crowdfunding is when people get together and they raise funds for your business. And it's similar to grants to where you don't have to pay this money back, but you are giving people a gift of some sorts in exchange for them funding in your store. So I did a crowdfunding campaign. I raised $12,000. We had several clients do crowdfunding campaigns and raise between $2,500 and $10,000. I always say we try to shoot for $10,000, and that's just like a comfortable place to be at. But you give them perks. So you give them like credits for your credits, in your store, lifetime discounts, VIP access to a grand opening, a gift basket, right? These are the things that they are going to get in exchange for their donation in your business, right? So this is what a crowdfunding campaign is. We walk you through what that looks like, in the program, how to raise money, what platform to use, how to create your perks, how to get people to actually want to donate towards your business, all of those things, okay? And the great thing, again, you don't have to repay that money back. You just give them the perk for whatever. Fifth option is going to be some grants. Now, this is free money. Again, you don't have to repay a grant. But these are not as popular for brand new businesses, right? So this works for existing beauty supply store owners because people want to give grants to people who are already in business and who have revenue. So a lot of times when you do grant applications, they're going to ask you for revenue. But we have seen some of our clients like Keisha, one of the first videos that I showed you, she got like $20,000 in a grant during COVID. It's insane, right? But she was, again, in business. And so the grants for new businesses aren't as popular. So I'm going to be honest, right? You may get like a community grant of like $500 if your community has one. And you can always ask your like SBA office, or you can ask ChatGPT for local grants for new businesses, but they are going to be small in amount. Just going to be honest with you guys. The way that we open stores is through business lines of credit, loans, working capital. It is not through grants. So if that was something that was on your mind, put it in the back of your mind, right? We focus on microloans, CDFIs, and the SBA 7A program, right? as well as crowdfunding. So that's why I put this one all the way at 5, because it's not something that you're going to get as a brand new business. There's also angel investors. Now, angel investors are another strong way. It's very similar to regular investors, but these are high net worth individuals. So like picture, doctors and lawyers, maybe real estate professionals, and they want to park their money somewhere. So then they'll invest at a higher amount, 25,000 to, 500,000 to businesses. Like these are people that are in like masterminds. Like I'm in a lot of masterminds where my friends are like, hey, we want to invest in a beauty supply store. We don't want to operate our own one, but I want to invest in one, right? There are also different networking groups and organizations like Black Angels, right? You can find someone as an angel investor. And again, these are going to be random people. You're not going to know who these people are, but you need to have a very, very solid business plan, because these are high net worth individuals and they're 1000% going to go through that business plan. Okay. So this is another option for you as well. And then the last option, of course, is going to be your personal savings, 401ks, things of that nature. Okay. So I put this last because people usually put this first. And my goal in my programs is for us to use OPM, which is other people's money, before we use our own, right? So personal savings, right? You can use that as fastest, right? 401k, pretty fast. HELOC, I love our clients. If you own your home, right? You can do a HELOC. And now HELOCs, I will say, are pretty advantageous because you're going to have a lower interest rate on a HELOC, right? And you can get the money faster, and it's your home, right? It's your home's equity. So if you have a home, that could be an option that I would say that you can definitely go for. Okay. But this is the options here. Okay. But like I said, we try to get our clients funding through the SBA. So Mega Beauty Supply out in Cypress, Texas, we talked about her story a few times. She was able to get $70,000 for her store. Also, Curly Girl Love out in LA, she was also able to get a 6-figure loan for her beauty supply store, as well as she was a school teacher turned stay-at-home mom turned beauty boss, right? So it is possible. We got 1.4 million for our clients, and this year we're trying to double that number. Okay. And once you guys get funded and you are getting that revenue in because you are properly funded, like I've mentioned many times throughout today, those stores generate $250,000 up. Once you have the systems, the funding, the location, all of the things that I mentioned today, this could be you. Okay. So I want to check in with you guys. We are at the tail end of everything. Was this helpful? Drop a yes in the chat if so. We're at the end. Let's check in real quick. And let me know if you guys are ready to share how we can continue to work together. If so, give me a yes in the chat. Give me a yes in the chat if you are ready to open a store that generates $250,000 year one. Give me a yes in the chat if you're ready for that. Because if you have heard enough and you are ready, we are here and we want to work with you. Now, it's not for everyone. Like I mentioned in the very beginning, this opportunity is not for everyone. Our programs, they're not for everyone, right? It's only for the few who have been listening, you have been taking notes, and you're like, this is it. This is for me. This is my next step. I want to open a store that generates $250,000 in my first year. I want to get that financial freedom. I want to create generational wealth. I want to leave a legacy for my children. Like, this is exactly what Monarch Beauty Ventures was built for, right? It is to set Black people free. And we are doing this through our signature program, which I'm really, really excited to share with you guys. This is the first time I'm sharing it publicly, which is our Inner Circle membership program. So this is our powerful community that combines our educational components that we've been running for the past 8 years with a level of community and accountability. So this is our premier membership program for people who are serious about opening a beauty supply store. So let's talk about what is included, right? So everything that we have here that you see on this screen has been curated over the past 8 years. I've done so many different programs. And if you guys have been following me, I have done it all. Okay. And what I love about this membership is it literally combines all the things that we have been doing into one amazing place. So you guys are going to be in a wonderful group together where you are going to get monthly live training sessions. From me, you are going to get our high class retail library. So this is all of our sessions, and we have hundreds of trainings and sessions in our online community, right? So you're going to have access to all of that, all of the replays that we have ever done in our portal. We have a private community for networking, peer support, and accountability. So imagine what we have created in this room today. This is a room where it's a safe space and we're able to talk to each other, ask questions, and get feedback, right? We have Q&A sessions that we're going to be doing every single month, as well as our checkup, right? We have set up checklists, templates. We have our vendor directory. So you'll have access to all of our vendors, all of our vendor scripts, all of our suppliers, as well as our lenders. And then we have templates for the business plan and financial projection. So like I said, all of those spreadsheets that I told you guys that you need to create, we already have them created in the inner circle. So these are templates that are already created. All you have to do is literally plug and play your information so that you are not creating anything from scratch. And then what's really cool is you guys are going to have access to our live intensives and our retreats. So we're going to be doing that quarterly. So if you guys know, I've been doing quarterly intensives. Those intensives have been like $3,000 where we come out to Atlanta and we spend the weekend just working on our beauty supply stores. So that is going to be included in this program for you guys. Okay. So like I said, all of our sessions, all of our templates, our retail library, you guys are going to have full access to. Total value $13,894. That's the value of all the access, coaching, and community. Well, let me ask you a question. If I could help you build a beauty supply store that generates over 6 figures their first year of business, would it be worth the $13,894 investment in yourself? Let me know yes or yes in the chat. If we were speaking a year from now and you had a fully operational store, and I know a lot of you have been following me for years and we've been talking for years, right? If you decide today this is the last year that you watch another free training or a free thing that I'm doing, and we were speaking a year from now and you were able to actually get it done, let me know in the chat who believes it will be worth that initial investment. Because I tell people all the time, what you pay initially, you get that back in your first month or two of business, right? But the level of access and education that you learn in the programs is something that you keep forever. It's something that our clients build their second location, their third location, their fourth location, their fifth location doing, right? Okay. I say all that to say y'all not going to be paying anything close to that. Okay. So we have 2 ways for y'all to get in today. The first way is our monthly membership, which is only $697 per month. And then we also have an amazing pay in full option where you can lock in for a full year. So you're getting full year's access into our program, all the trainings, community, all the things. Regular price is $8,300. Just because y'all on the summit today, I'm doing it for $5,000. It's normally $7,000. My team is going to be a little upset that I broke it down to $5,000. That's okay. We're doing it for $5,000 today. It's normally $7,000. So today is y'all getting it for $5,000 because y'all was with me all day. This is an exclusive. I don't want nobody sharing the pricing outside of this closed door room. Please, y'all. Because when I launch this publicly, the paying full for the year is going to be $7,000. For y'all, it's $5,000. And that's only for the first 4 people. I should have said that. Sorry. That's for the first 4 people. Okay. Also, y'all, our monthly rate is month to month. You can cancel anytime. There's no contracts. There's nothing like that. If you want to lock into our monthly rate, your first month is going to be 50% off. When you put in the link workshop 50, because you were here, your first month will be 50% off. Okay, so it's going to be like $347 for your first month. But again, if you want to do the pay in full, you will literally save over $3,000. And I got some fast action bonuses for the people that are ready to pay in full today. First fast action bonus for the first 4 people that are ready to pay in full today. I'm going to be doing your business plan for you. So you know how I mentioned we have the templates and all the things in the program for you to plug and play. Okay. We're going to be taking care of that for you. So I'm going to ask my business writer, who typically works with our high-end one-on-one clients, and they pay me $35,000, right? That's our one-on-one program. I'm going to ask her to do your business plan as well. So it's going to be completely done for you. I'm talking about the branding, the marketing, the product mix, the sources and uses, the location, all the things that banks and investors are going to look at is going to be done for you professionally when you guys invest in a pay in full today. And the business plan, by the way, store owners pay $2,000 to $5,000 for someone to write for them professionally. You're going to get that complimentary today. Okay. The second thing I'm going to do for y'all today, which is insane, is I'm also going to be doing our vendor introductions personally. So when you invest in the pay in full today, I'm going to also work with you directly with our vendors. So again, I only do this with our one-on-one clients. I set up the accounts for them. I connect them directly so that you don't have to go out and figure out who the vendors are and setting up the accounts and all that stuff. I'm going to set those accounts up for you. Okay. So I'm literally going to set up your vendor accounts for you complimentary as a second fast action bonus. Again, I typically only do this for my one-on-one clients, and they pay me a lot of money to do it, but I'm doing it for you guys today. So this is everything that you guys are getting today with our Inner Circle group. I am so excited for you guys to be joining. Again, if you want to pay in full, you save $3,300. And let me tell you what $3,300 gets you. That's a whole hair account in reality. So you're getting $15,000 worth of value for just $5,000. However, let me just be clear, these bonuses disappear when the Zoom stops. Okay, so Danielle is going to drop the link in the chat for those of you who are ready to go. Okay, so again, you're saving $3,300 today. You're also getting the business plan done for you today, and you're getting your vendors' accounts done for you today. Okay, so like I mentioned, guys, we have 4 people that we're doing that for, because I can't do it for everybody, but there's 4 people that we're going to do that for. And if you want to get into our membership, again, the first month is going to be 50% off. So all you have to do is make sure you drop in discount code workshop50. And that $697 is going to turn into $348 or something like that. Okay. So I want to answer some questions now. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and answer some questions right now. For those of you who have questions, I have answers. Stop sharing. Make sure you guys put in workshop 50 if you're doing the monthly. Okay, so your first month is going to be $350. Okay, so when you click the link, make sure you put in workshop 50. Again, this discount code is going to be available for just today only. And let me drop the pay in full option for the year for those of you who want to get in on that year. Do you guys have any questions while we're on for a few more seconds? I just dropped the link for the pay in full option, guys. That $5,000 is going to get you a full year inside the program like I mentioned, all of our fast action bonuses are for the pay in full option. So the business plan and the vendor account setup. Anybody have any questions on the process, the program that I can answer for you guys in like 2 minutes? You can go ahead and unmute if you have questions about the process, the program. I know Daniela has been on it, and so you probably don't have a whole bunch of questions. Also, you guys can, if you guys are typing in the chat, just make sure, you type in the chat if you have questions, or it'll be easiest to unmute, if I'm being honest. It'll be easiest to unmute. But here's the thing I want to say real quick about our pay in full option. When I mean 4 people, I mean 4 people. Because it's originally 7,000. And I did a quick thing for 5,000 because I was like, I want y'all to get in. Because if you spend a whole day with me, you can spend a whole year with me. Any questions? Any last words, Daniela? We can also have you drop your consult link, because we're gonna end this Zoom. And if you want to speak with Daniela, you can drop we can drop her booking link, and you can copy and paste that, guys, into your notes section, because once our Zoom drops, all the links disappear. Okay. So any last words, Daniela?
That's what I was gonna say. Book a call with me. Like I said, I'm so proud that you guys showed up and stayed to the end. Those prices are ridiculous, Janice.
I know.
Those prices are ridiculous. But I'm excited for you guys. Yeah, book a call. Let's talk. Diddy, especially you, Diddy. Let's get on a call. Florette, Jackie, Jaleesa, Miss Smith, let's get on a call. Marciana, let's get on a call.
Awesome. All right. And so again, we have VIP tonight at 7 p.m. So you guys are going to get the email for that link. It's actually going to be the same link. So you can meet us here at 7 p.m. For our Q&A session and our coaching session, which I'm really, really excited for.